done yet.
Okay, good. Are we on? Eddie, is this on? Or okay, perfect. Okay, good evening. We'd like to welcome everyone out this fine Monday. It is Monday evening. I get confused sometimes. So it is 6 o'clock, so we're going to begin our regularly scheduled city council meeting. We appreciate you being here tonight. So we will begin this evening with an invocation offered by Pastor Bob Larson of the Calvary Chapel. So we appreciate you being here, Pastor Larson. So if you'd please stand for that, and then please remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for our great city of Caldwell, and we pray for your blessing on this meeting tonight. We pray for the mayor and the city council members. Lord, that you would bless them with wisdom, Lord, to make decisions that would just cause great blessing for this city and continue to do great things here. And we just look forward to what you're going to do in our city, and we thank you for all that's going to happen tonight at this meeting, and we pray for your blessing on it now. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Pastor Larson, for being here. We appreciate that very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Councillor Doty.
Here.
Councillor Studdick.
Here.
Councillor Register.
Here.
Councillor Williams.
Here.
Councillor Allgood.
Here.
Councillor Dittenberg.
Here. Very good. Thank you so much. All council members are present and accounted for. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any members of the council regarding an item on the agenda this evening?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Dittenberg.
One of the items on the agenda has to deal with the annexation of a piece of property that I happen to be the manager of, so I will just let everybody know that that issue is on the agenda.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Are there any other conflict of interest declarations? Okay, and just so the public is aware in regards to that, so that's just to make it aware to the public of that potential conflict. There's no financial benefit to Mr. Dittenberg, anything of that nature, so he's more than welcome to continue to vote on that and have discussion on that item, but we appreciate him bringing that forward just for transparency. So thank you so much, Councillor Dittenberg. Okay, that'll move us into our audience participation. We have two people signed up for that. So Pamela Williamson. So thank you for being here, Pamela. If you come forward and you just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your comments.
Do you remember who I am? Do you remember who I am?
I do not.
You were ringing the bell at Walmart for Christmas this last year, and you played a gag on me, telling me that it wasn't you. And I said, oh, yes, it is. So here we are again.
Very good.
Do you remember a discussion that we discussed a little bit while we were standing out in front of Walmart?
I do not.
Okay, so I live at 4606 Settlers Avenue, Westgate Estates, on the corner of Trailside and South 10th and Settlers. I just redid my house. It's all yellow and everything, yellow and white. I put a lot of money into it so I wouldn't look like the rest of the division in that area. My first complaint is where the construction on the fairgrounds for that hotel. First of all, when I heard about it, it was supposed to be 50 rooms. Now it's 100 rooms. Okay. I'm a little upset about that because we really don't need that big of a motel or a hotel downtown Caldwell. We have other hotels and motels that they can go to. Number two, the parking meters. We lost a lot of money on the parking meters because everyone on the council decided to put parking meters in downtown. We lost a lot of money. I don't know if you resold them or not, but I want to know where the money's going to come from that we lost out of that. Is it going to come out of the committee's pocketbooks for the mistake that they made and voted on because they didn't listen to any of the participants that stood up at the podium and explained to them why we didn't want that? We didn't move into Caldwell for a big city like Napa or Meridian or Boise or Star or Eagle. We moved into Caldwell because it's a small little town and we enjoyed living in a small little town. Now it's being overdeveloped. With the traffic, I just left my house and the traffic was backed up all the way from Homedale, all the way past my house, almost to the light of Ustick. Okay? That's one of the things that we have to try to figure out what you're planning on doing about this traffic. I was in here 2 or 3 years ago asking you what you were planning on doing when you built those houses up there about the traffic. Asking if you were going to put 2 lanes on each side of the road, because if you did, you were going to take off the sidewalk, my common ground, and the sidewalk or into the street was going to be right up against my fence. I called Mike at Engineering and asked him what you guys were planning on doing about the noise control. And if you were planning on building a privacy wall to give us our privacy and our sense of mind back so we can go in our backyards and enjoy it. I can't even go in my backyard without hearing motorcycles flying up and down the street, big trucks coming up and down the street, people doing burnouts, horns blowing. I got woken up at 7 o'clock in the morning from a big truck going by my house Saturday morning and hit a bump and shook my house and woke me up. Now that ticks me off. I got in an accident December 10th. I busted up my leg. I've been trying to recoup from that. And how am I supposed to get any sleep if we got traffic going 24/7? I'm tired of being tired, okay? I think you're selling the land just a little bit too fast, and you're overdeveloping it a little bit too fast, okay, for what Caldwell is used to, okay? So here, I'm going to give you a couple of
So the
choices here. Wait a minute.
So the 3 minutes is up, so go ahead
The
and
Senate parliamentarian.
go ahead and
will
finish
step
your
in,
last
okay,
comment, and then
will
we're
step
gonna have to move on to the
probably
next.
when I contact them about stopping the sale of the property. Then I'm going to contact Mike Moyle from the House Speaker and Senator Lee and Senator Crapo and see if they can do something about all this land being sold so fast that the housing is committing, and the committee is creating a really big problem for the whole city. I was told that in July, the end of July, that all of the construction was going to be done on Farmway, you're going to open it back up. Is that true, or is it going to be longer than July?
So I don't have the answer to that right now. So what we'll do though, we'll have, I know our Public Works Director, our City Engineer here, so we have your information, so we'll have them reach out and get you the answer to those questions.
I
So-
appreciate that.
okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank-
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. David Moore.
Hello, David Moore, 711 East Denver, Caldwell. Over the 4th of July, I got a phone call from City Councilman Brad Doty, and he said he wanted to talk to me in person. So I was kind of wondering what was going on there. So he comes out on the 4th, and I thought he was going to ask me for a campaign donation, but he did not. He asked me if I wouldn't mind making a donation to the animal control issue that we're going to have here trying to fund in Caldwell. So as I got to thinking about the Caldwell Fireman golf tournament that I played in a month ago, it was the first 100-degree day. After that tournament, I drove home, came by Lions Park, and there was a dog that was tethered to the tree next to our canopy there at Lions Park. And so I pulled over and I looked, and I noticed that the dog was there by itself. I didn't see any other cars. I saw some food and water there. And so anyway, I called animal control after 15, 20 minutes. We walked around the neighborhood, and somebody had tethered that dog to a tree. It had received some sort of medical treatment, anorex neck, and it looked like it had an IV in its leg. So I called animal control. The lady comes over. So as this goes back to my conversation with Brad Doty on 4th of July, the idea of donating some money to that cause, I know the city's been hit with a pretty big windfall of $500,000 plus on that. I know City Councilman Williams said at one point he was worried about the amount of dogs and cats and animals that might be running around town. At one point in Lions Club 10 years ago, the animal control lady came to our club and said there was over 15,000 feral cats in Caldwell. So I really think that your worry, it could be reality, and I hate to see things get worse around here. So at that point, I said to Brad Doty, Councilman Doty, I said, why don't I start it out with a $500 donation from my fireworks company? Morse Fireworks. And we'll see how many other businesses we could get that might accept a challenge that I have for other companies to come forward. And if we can get 10 more companies, minimum 10 more, I'll donate another $500 to make it 1,000. So with that, I don't know what you have to do to figure out where we can donate it, but I have $500 today to give to the city on behalf of Animal Control.
Yes, I would say yes, I agree with that, Ms. Clapp. So that's fantastic, appreciate that, Mr. Moore. And yeah, we can definitely get that out with our public information officer so that we can make the community aware of that in other channels so that we can get that challenge out as well. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you, David, appreciate you. Okay, that is all that is signed up under audience participation. So again, thank you so much for those comments. And David, again, appreciate your generosity for that challenge. So we'll make sure that we get that out and get that word spreading and see if we can get it going and get some other people to follow and lead. That'll move us into our consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
make a motion to move item number 8, number 17 from the consent calendar to new business for further discussion.
Second.
So that's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stadek for amendment to the consent calendar as noted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Do we have a motion for approval of the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
So that's a motion from Councilor Stadek and a second from Councilor Doty for approval of the consent calendar as amended. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, the voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes, I'm guessing unanimously. So is that should be a green, is that correct, Councilor Stadek?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, very good. So
Sorry
that does
about that.
pass, that passes unanimously.
Chubby fingers.
So, okay, that will move us into, so there is no old business, just for the record, so it'll move us into new business. And those two items, my screen is, I apologize, it's gotten diminished, so I can't read it on there. So we'll take up the first item from the consent calendar that's moved down. That's number 8 on the consent calendar. That's a resolution establishing the school resource officer program between City of Caldwell and Caldwell School District number 132.
Yeah, that was me. So I had some questions. The last time that we heard about the SRO contract, at least that I recall, was in February. At that time, there were some pretty significant concerns about it. So I wanted to sort of check in and make sure that all those concerns were addressed in order to go ahead and approve it. Mayor, you had some really significant concerns about officer safety, armed guards in the schools. Sorry, I'm like having something in my throat. So I wasn't sure if there were still armed guards in the school or if we had figured out how to do that. And then, sorry, I have something stuck in my throat, like right here. Yeah, let me get some water. There we go. Sorry. It was weird. And then Councilor Doty had concerns about some staff, the Director of Student Safety, and I think we all know that that position was eliminated, so his concerns should be taken care of. But I wanted to make sure that the officer safety issues were handled. And in the contract, it only says that the police department has no obligation to security, so I wasn't sure quite what that meant. And to make sure that if there are armed guards there still, they have some kind of plan, because I know that was a concern.
Yes, so I appreciate you bringing that up. So I turned it over to the capable hands of our deputy chief and his department to be able to work through all those issues, and he is here. So Deputy Chief Sopoaga, appreciate you being here. If you could speak to those. Then also, I know that Dr. French is here also, so maybe after Deputy Chief, if you don't mind just taking a few minutes. Okay.
Mayor, Councilor Register. So we did address the issue of school security with speaking with Dr. French and a few board member in a recent meeting. We addressed the issue by obviously we can't say, hey, you can't have armed security guards in the schools that we aren't assigned to. So in the schools that we are assigned to, we're going to have our SROs there. In case that we need to respond, like right now, we still have to respond to the school and work with them. I have our lieutenant over the detectives putting together a plan where we can actually train with them and partner with them to relieve any kind of issues with officer safety. And so he's currently, I think he's almost completed that plan, and then they plan to roll it out before the start of the school year.
Okay.
So as far as
I-
guns in the school,
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell the school district that they can't have guns in the school, or we're not going to be there.
yeah. No, I know that having security guards there seemed to be sort of a solution to the levy problem from before. And so, but when we talked about this in February, there was some concern. I went back and listened to the recording, and some of that was about not knowing who was who and officers going in. I mean, all of those kinds of things. So I just wanted to make sure that there was at least some kind of plan in place
Yeah.
that addressed all the concerns that night.
Yeah, and so the chief had met with Dr. French, and then we met as a team of our command staff and really try to figure out, all right, how can we make this work? And the best solution for us to be at the schools and the security guards to also be at the schools was for us to partner with them and put together a plan where we can trade together and understand and communicate well enough if we have to respond to the schools.
Okay, thanks. That's all I needed.
Okay, very good. Do you want to just take a minute, Dr. French, is that all right? So I think we got an answer, but just since you are here, we'd love to hear from you, so.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman Register, and Councilman. So, yes, we have met with the chief and the deputy chief. We did discuss the fact that we had armed security in the building when we were able to secure them through federal funds. And they had to stay in those buildings. They couldn't be transferred. So in our conversation this spring, we did discuss if we were able to bring back security guards, which it is dependent upon federal funding. If we were able to do that, what we would make sure we did was train, that they would train with the Caldwell Police Department, that they would be recognizable, and that Caldwell Police would be in command if there is in case of an emergency, that they would take priority, and they would have priority in the schools, and if there is a security guard present, that they would take direction from Caldwell Police Department.
Excellent, thank you so much. Any questions,
Yeah,
Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor. Ms. French, so did Mr. Phillips own the consulting service for security?
No,
Eric Phillips?
the Eagle Eye Security is a company out of Twin Falls, Idaho.
Okay,
No.
okay, so when's the contract up then officially? Is it up ready now or not?
The contract right now is dependent upon federal funding, so we don't have a contract in place at this time.
Okay, and then the security guards that you just talked about, will they be armed then or not armed?
They are armed. They are armed. And that was, so in our discussions is if they are armed, what happens when Caldwell Police are on the scene or respond to that particular school?
Okay, and are they identified by how? Uniforms? or-
They wear a uniform, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, just one follow-up on council registers. When I was reviewing the packet, I didn't see the signature from our city attorney, unless I missed it, that he approved of this contract. You know, the original sheet where normally they sign off an initial? So I just want to be sure that Oscar has taken a look at that and has seen, or maybe it was Mr. Hilty, but as long as we had an attorney look at the contract and is willing to put their initials on it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman Doty, and I was very involved in the drafting of this contract, and I would approve it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I had one
Councilor
more,
Stoddard, yes.
Mr. Mayor. Superintendent French, so is Mr. Phillips going to be involved in this consulting service that you're going to have that are going to cooperate with the police department? Or, because I know there was some concerns with some of the councilmen about Mr. Phillips for whatever reason, I don't know. So is he going to be involved or not?
Mayor and Councilman Static, I don't know what his future employment will be at this time. I really don't know how to answer that. We're not anticipating that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see,
Well,
maybe you want to, go ahead.
Just for clarification, maybe he doesn't know, he was the director of student safety, and that position was eliminated.
Yes.
So my guess is not, since he doesn't have a job there anymore.
So Mayor and Councilman, maybe you may have heard that there was some change in the state budget allocation to schools. And then just recently, we've been informed that we should anticipate a 6% reduction in that allocation. And you may have also heard that the federal government has put a pause on all federal funding as of July 1 for program review for all schools in the United States. So we're in the midst of determining next steps, but decisions had to be made in order to continue to be solvent as a district and make good decisions for kids.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any other? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate all you do. Okay, with that, if there's no other questions, again, this is a resolution, so we do not need to close public testimony, but if there is any discussion or any motions from the council. Councilor Dittenberg.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the resolution entering into an agreement between the City of Caldwell and School District Number 132, the Caldwell School District, for school resource officer services.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilor Dittenberg and a second from Councilor Doty for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, can we just do a voice vote, or do we? It should be on there. Okay, so with that, the voting will be, or maybe. Okay, very good. So with that, the voting is open for this resolution. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that does pass unanimously. Okay, so we'll jump into what was consent item number 17. That was moved down to new business for discussion. This is approved resolution accepting a proposal from RBCI in the amount of $74,985 for public outreach and public relations services for the Kimball Avenue Bridge project. Haley, are you able to speak on this?
Mayor, council members, we have a proposal in front of you today for RBCI, as the mayor mentioned, just shy of $75,000. This proposal is for a better community outreach and community involvement and just communication for the project that's going to be happening just neighboring us, the Kimball Bridge. That Kimball Bridge needs to be reconstructed due to some structural concerns. We have received funding to complete this bridge project through federal aid. LTAC is assisting us with this project. And so because of the project is going to be receiving federal dollars, the contract for RBCI will be fully reimbursed with those federal dollars. So I know it's a good chunk of change. However, this public outreach is going to be critical for our downtown community so that we can ensure that we're not hurting the downtown businesses as we continue moving forward with the bridge project and that closure during the construction.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilor Allgood?
Yeah, it was me that asked to be pulled off the consent calendar. I have a couple of questions. I was stunned by $75,000 in public outreach. That seems like a large amount of public outreach. Is it the bridge portion north of Blaine Street that will be reconstructed?
That is correct.
So Kimball will be closed for a period of time, I assume, or a portion?
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, so I had two issues. $75,000 in public outreach that was a big number. When I saw that, it hit me. But the other thing I was concerned about is we can go to a single bidder for less than $75,000. So we chose a person that was $15 less than $75,000. It just kind of smelled wrong. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So this was not put out for any kind of bid or anything like that. How did we end up with RBCI?
RBCI we've used many times in the past. You know, I will be honest, Councilor Allgood, I haven't had the direct communication with Raylin if they qualify as the single source. We've used them on construction projects in the past. Raylin, do you have?
So actually that threshold has changed. It's no longer 75,000. It's above 100,000. So the state code says between $100,000 and $250,000 you have to do an RFP. And so That is a most recent change as of July 1st.
Okay, the note says 75,000, and so when I saw that we're like $15 less than I'm like, are we just squeezing somebody in there, or how did we end up in that position?
We are not, especially for professional services, once we have a qualified candidate, if it's below that $100,000 mark, as long as we know they're qualified, we would use them, especially as we've used them before, so we know that they're qualified with that. We just get a quote or several quotes in that case to compare costs.
Okay,
So-
so,
But not an RFP. So that $75,000 in the memo is incorrect. It would have been, the state code is 100,000.
and that
And
was
our
it.
purchasing policy is also 100,000.
Okay. So, yeah, and that was my big concern. I was concerned that we just squeaked under the budget to get this particular company, and again, transparency is everything, so. All right, and so their job is to just make sure everybody's informed of the progress of this construction? Is that the idea?
They will make sure that everybody is informed and that everybody has a clear understanding of the construction that is occurring. In addition to that, they act as a gatekeeper between the citizens and between the contractor. So it really assists city staff on a project like this, where we know that there's going to be a large number of businesses and a large number of citizens that are affected, where they have a single person that they can go to. That person would be the RBCI group, and RBCI will give them all of the information that they need to know regarding the construction. If they have concerns that needs to be related to the contractor, RBCI will also manage that coordination to make sure that we can keep citizens as happy as we can during this construction.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilor Register?
Hello. So, one question, I'm not sure if this is for you or maybe Ray Lynn. It says the expense is reimbursable from LHTAC through a program. So is this not taxpayer money? It's going to be reimbursed?
So when we do a reimbursement like that, the city will expend the funds first, and then we will invoice, and we book that as revenue. So it does offset between the revenue and expense to be neutral. So we do get those funds back, but we do have an expense first that we expend.
But will we get the funds back?
This funding, yes, it's coming from LTAC, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so it's through the state funding. Once it's obligated, it's not going to be reduced.
Okay. Because I know we've done stuff like this before, like when we had the fire bond, for example, for the new fire station, and there was a necessity behind it because they were going to vote on, whether or not, the people were going to vote on it, whether or not they needed it, so they had to be informed. To me, this sounds more of like I'm all about communication, but I kind of feel like I'm trying to figure out why we can't do this in-house for a lot less money, if not any. But if we're going to be reimbursed for it anyway, I guess that's why I'm asking. So if we were not being reimbursed by it, I would hope that we would have a communications team in-house that could handle that type of thing, if it's just to sort of keep people informed and all that kind of stuff, because communication is so important. But if we're sure we're going to get the money back, and so we're not losing taxpayer dollar, then I don't see why not.
Yes, and
Oh, don't go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Mayor and Councilman Register. I definitely, when I saw this number, I was surprised as well, and we had some back and forth with the consultant as to why that this number was the way that it was. And it has everything to do with the location of the project. They're very concerned that given the location of a construction project where it's closing the main gateway corridor into the downtown area, that it's going to generate a lot of more work than a typical construction project would that they work on. So I verified several times with LTAC that it was fully reimbursed, because I wouldn't want to bring it to you if it was not the case.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So with that, this resolution is before council for your discussion or motion. Councilor Allgood.
I move that we pass this resolution and approve the purchase.
Very good. Do we have a second? That's a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Dintber for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. Okay, and that'll move us into our first item of new business on our agenda. So this is Resolution 243-25, directing the submission of the Site B Caldwell Urban Renewal Plan to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review and recommendations. Mr. Hilty, I'm guessing that's why you're here this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. For the record, I am Mark Hilty. Business address is 1303 12th Avenue Road in Nampa. I'm appearing before you as legal counsel for the Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency. Just a little background on this project. It is proposed to be a small development in the north neighborhood. It's on 5th and Chicago, north of the tracks. Right now, there's a relatively small vacant lot there. It's owned by Lee Jenke. He approached the Urban Renewal Agency some months ago with a desire to redevelop that into, I believe it's 7 small sort of workforce housing type residences. And asked for some help. And of course, the way that the Urban Renewal Agency can assist requires the creation of a site. So the agency instructed staff to create a very small site-specific project area for Mr. Jenke. What you have before you tonight is a draft plan. And I want to emphasize that this is not a final approval of this plan. It is a step in the process. This has been developed and brought up through the agency. The feasibility study was done at the agency level, and there's a recommendation to the City Council to continue processing this. The next step in the process, if the council approves the resolution tonight, would be to send it to the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine whether the proposed plan complies with the city's comprehensive plan. After that, then there would be a final hearing on this. It would come back before the City Council. There is public notice, there's a public hearing on it, and then it would, if approved, it would need to be approved by the adoption of an ordinance, excuse me. So that's where we're at in the process. Is we have a draft plan. It is still going to be subject to further public processing, and it's going to be ultimately be subject to public input. So tonight, sort of the limited scope of what the agency is seeking is for you to kind of approve the continued processing of this toward that ultimate public hearing, which will come back before you. Let's see. I think it's just as simple as that, and I would certainly stand for any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Hilty. Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hilty, will this project, and I know it's not on final approval here, but will this project coordinate with the Roger Brooks consulting project that you guys have going? I mean, is that going to tie together with that, or do we know that at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Stoddard, Roger Brooks has been providing input on a broader, more encompassing area that takes in that, what I refer to as that north neighborhood, and some property to the east and some to the west, and I know he's been consulting. I think it's actually going to reach into at least a portion of the downtown. That's still a little bit in the concept phase. Before long, there will be a resolution before you to declare that a deteriorated area. This is kind of a carve-out right in the middle of what is proposed for a larger area. And that's an artifact of the timing. Mr. Jenke came forward with his own property asking for help, and we started down that process before that larger area fully took shape. And so you're asking the right question. I think the answer is it'll go alongside, but it'll be an independent area.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Register, then Councilor Doty.
Yeah, I need a little bit of clarity for myself and maybe people who are listening. So, we have a private developer that has a lot that wants to build on it, and he wants to build a for-profit, whatever it is, whether he sells those or he rents them or whatever. And now the ask to Urban Renewal is to pay for something, which I'm looking at a list here, so I'm not sure if this is the correct list, but I have things like earthwork, concrete removal, removing a power pole, stuff like that. So that's $174,000. So I don't know if that's the total cost, but if Urban Renewal pays for this, it's that, just so we're clear, Urban Renewal is taxpayer money, right? And so we're asking the taxpayer to pay for private development who's going to either sell or rent or whatever. Where I was sort of under the impression that urban renewal was for the benefit of the taxpayer, which is like why we did the downtown, because the reward, I guess, at the end of it is the money goes back to the taxpayer. Well, so in this kind of situation where it's a private developer and a private lot and all that kind of stuff, does the taxpayer ever see that money back, or are we just helping?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Council Register. What is contemplated here is what we call a TIF agreement. And so it's a tax increment financing agreement. The way that it would work is the developer would pay up front for that $174,000 worth of improvements, and that is an estimate. And then he would be reimbursed out of the increased taxes generated by his project. So yes, it's taxpayer dollars, but those taxpayer dollars wouldn't exist without the project. That's sort of the rationale. With respect to your question about private development, as you're aware, the vast majority of the industrial commercial development that took place out in Skyway in the east area, all of that was private. Those factories and stores and so forth are private, and they benefited from incentives provided by the urban renewal increment revenue that
Do we do this for, like, we don't do this regularly for other developments now? I think my concern is if we do this now, are we opening up the door for every developer to then say, well, I want you to give me my taxes back?
Good question. That ultimately is going to be, where this goes ultimately is going to be up to the urban renewal commissioners and the city council as to whether it's appropriate. I think the thing that was attractive about this was the location of the development and the need for some revitalization in that area and the workforce housing. If a similar development came along with those factors, I think it would be looked at. At the risk of being over-candid, I certainly can't speak for the commissioners. I think we're learning that these smaller areas, site-specific areas, are maybe not a great tool in all respects because the time that it takes to get them created sometimes doesn't jive with the desire for private developers to move forward, particularly on smaller projects. And so this is a little bit of a test case. We've certainly made kind of representations with Mr. Jinke that will go forward, and we're learning as we go. And so it may not be something that we do a lot of in the future.
Right, because I like the project. I remember the project. I think it sounds neat. It's the cottage style homes that all kind of face a courtyard. I think I like the project a lot, but I don't know that the taxpayer should have to fund it, right? So, like, if we're looking at other projects in that area, like let's say the Rice House, for example, we know or are anticipating, I guess, that's going to be sort of income or not lower income housing, but housing for first responders and stuff like that to get them to be able to afford a place to live, or at least be in those neighborhoods. Like that kind of stuff, I can see where it benefits the taxpayer, right? A private development, that kind of, I am having a hard time sort of wrapping my brain around something like that. So I'll let everybody else talk, but that's where I'm at.
Okay, Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, all of urban renewal money is taxpayer money. It's all about the return on investment. So in this case, Councilor Allgood and I sit on urban renewal. This was way before we're doing a larger area now. They are in the city and they are moving forward in the city. A lot of the development you see right here down at the plaza, out in the north area, all is from urban renewal. And it's all about the return on investment. In this case, though, I understand what Councilor Register is saying. What is our return on stating? What is our return on investment? In this case, it's workforce housing. So he's able to reduce the prices of those houses if we can help him out with what you just saw, whether it's a road or an alley or a fire hydrant. Without those, then the prices of those have to be through the roof. And I think that a lot of people in this room are just like me, where how are our children going to afford a house in this community? And this is, there is a lot of debate over urban renewal, but however, this is one way. When he came to us, he asked if we could help him out with these projects in order to reduce the cost it would cost for our workforce people not people with tons and tons of money, with our workforce people, so you can reduce the cost to those to sell those to keep our workforce right here in Caldwell. So I just wanted to share that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilor Dittenberg?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hilty, thank you for your explanation. I just have a couple of questions so that maybe this provides a little bit of clarity. This site-specific project is 4/10 of an acre, is that correct?
Approximately, I could, yeah, it's 5 small city lots.
So really, really small property. So
Yes.
people out in Sienna Hills aren't paying the property taxes on this one. This is so site-specific that only the people who purchase a lot in that half acre will pay the taxes. Is that correct?
That's correct, unless Mr. Jinky retains it, then he'll pay all the taxes and rents them, right? But yeah,
So the other 70,000 people in the whole city aren't paying the tax increment financing on this half acre lot?
no, they will not be responsible for that 175,000.
Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's interesting that 5 of the board members are here, present in this room. And so I'll direct my question to Mr. Hilty because he's at the microphone. But this is a reasonably concluded dilapidated property. Otherwise, it wouldn't qualify for urban renewal. And so am I mistaken in believing that urban renewal helps these dilapidated properties, that if we didn't come through for this workforce housing, it would just remain dilapidated in theory because it wouldn't pencil out for someone to build this workforce housing otherwise, or am I understating it?
No, I think that's accurate. The council, you may not recall this because it happened in December. The council's already looked at this specific site, this 4/10 of an acre, and said it is deteriorated or deteriorating within the meaning of the statute, which makes it appropriate for urban renewal. There was a declaration done for housing authority purposes back in 2015 or 16, where the city looked at this again, and another one coming forward to you with in connection with a broader area. I think it's generally been understood that this is a challenging area to attract private investment.
Okay. Did you have another question?
Yeah, I just had some
Councilor
follow-up questions. So, what was it about who was paying on that? You said somebody was saying there's only like a small amount of people that taxes would be affected?
Yes, the way that Mr. Jinky would be reimbursed for his investment is the difference between whatever the taxes are paid now, which are very minimal because it's a bare lot, versus the increment above that. And I want to say that this property is worth $150,000 in its current condition. His estimated value upon completion would be $2.2 million. With that much increase in property value, you pay additional property taxes. That is the money that goes to reimburse him, and those taxes are only paid by the property owner there at that location.
Right, but he said that not everybody will be affected, like Sienna Hills. People in Sienna Hills won't be paying taxes. So where's the money coming from?
It's coming from whoever pays taxes on this particular 4/10 of an acre.
So the developer himself?
Unless he sells the homes, and then it would be whoever owns it.
Okay,
Yes.
because we're constantly talking about how people on the north side need help and all that kind of stuff, and now we're saying that we're going to make homes that are affordable, but then we're going to have their taxes go back to the developer they just bought it from?
They would pay taxes just like any other property owner
Right,
at
but
the
then
same
he
levy
would get
rate.
that reimbursed.
Yes, it would go to the Urban Renewal Agency as tax increment under the Economic Development Act. And then
Okay.
the agency reimburses it to the developer. Yes.
Okay. So, because I mean, we hear almost on every development that it's now workforce or affordable housing on almost every development. We have to keep approving and keep approving because our kids won't be able to buy a house. So that excuse is getting a little bit old, but I feel like the bigger issue is opening the door to this and kind of having another problem down the line a little bit with another, you know what I mean? Like, well, you did it here, you're going to have to do it here, and then it's going to be bigger than this one lot, and then it's going to be a whole block, and then it is going to affect everybody in the city. So I appreciate that.
Councilor Doty?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion Resolution number 24325 is approved, directing the submission of Site B Caldwell Urban Renewal Plan to the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Caldwell, Idaho for review and recommendations.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So it's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Allgood for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, with that, then voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes with 5 in favor, 1 in opposition. Those at home but maybe cannot see, so council register voted in the opposition with the other 5 council members voting in favor, so that does pass. That moves us on to action item number 2. So this is a quasi-judicial hearing. This is for the requested Enclave subdivision, a mixed-use subdivision with 152 single-family residential lots and 5 commercial lots. Joe, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Good evening. Wait till my the TV's not on down here. So I can kind of go blind, but you guys can see it. All right. Perfect. So as noted, this first quasi-judicial hearing is for Enclave subdivision, SPP 2506, ZON 2501, and DEV 2504. And for the record, my name is Joe Dodson, Principal Planner here at the City of Caldwell. Please be on. It is on. Okay. The project before you tonight is a 40.5 acre site located along Karcher and about the terminus south end of Celeste Avenue. It is midway between Lake and Midway, and its only frontage right now is technically along Karcher. Around the subject site, there are a number of existing conditions. It's surrounded by county land to the north and, to the north, as well as some city R1 and R3. City R1 exists to the west and southwest with the Canyon View Estates and Peregrine Estates there. And then to the east and south are the City of Nampa boundaries there. Technically, there is a couple parcels in between us and the City of Nampa right along the east boundary of the project, but they are not annexed into the city. Within the 1 mile radius of the site, I have the numbers wrong on there, I apologize. Number 1 is actually the Charles, and number 2 is Peregrine Estates. Those are the only 2 that have been approved and are actively being developed in the area right now. As far as the applicant request before you tonight, there is the rezone of approximately 36.3 acres of land from the HC to the R2 zone with an associated development agreement modification that terminates the original DA so they can enter into a new one that is subject to, well, I should say for the proposed development. And then also a preliminary plat over the full 40.5 acres for Enclave subdivision. As far as the zone, this noted rezone again is to rezone 36 or so acres from HC to R2 for the purpose of proposing a new subdivision. The frontage along 55 is proposed to remain as highway corridor with the remaining south portion of the site being the R2. The purpose of the R2, which is now called the Community Residential Zone, is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comp plan that accommodates a large variety of lot sizes and housing types, meaning it's not just single-family detached and not just multifamily as examples. It's a mix of housing. The purpose of the HC zone, which is now called the Mixed-Use Regional Commercial Zone, is to provide areas by zoning procedure in accordance with the comp plan that accommodate more intense commercial uses that serve the needs of the City of Caldwell and the region. So it's anticipated that those uses are along major corridors like Karcher, 2026, etc. Staff finds that the proposed R2 zone and the proposed preliminary plat are compatible for this location due to the proposed transition of land uses from Karcher, the busy corridor, to the south and southeast, frankly, to both the city and the City of Nampa's existing medium-density residential developments there. As far as the comprehensive plan, the subject site is designated as community center and has a proposed density of 6 units per acre. To the west is community center, to the north is community center, and then you can see neighborhood 2 exists outside of that. The areas that are not colored are the City of Nampa. So essentially half of the area around it is city, half of it is not. The minimum density for the community center designation is actually 8 units per acre. So as proposed, this subject application does not meet the minimum density in the comprehensive plan for this site. However, through the development agreement modification, the applicant is requesting that they be allowed to go underneath the minimum density to propose the single-family detached, mostly single-family detached, and 5 commercial lot subdivision before you tonight. As far as the specific development, the applicant will do a much better job presenting it than I, but I will go ahead and give some basics for you. The proposed land use is single-family residential, as noted, and commercial. Single-family is a permitted land use within the proposed R2 zoning district, and specific commercial uses that would be within the HC would be analyzed at the time of future building permit, or if one of them needed a special use permit, etc. Right now, there's no specific end users proposed. The proposed plat includes 152 single-family dwelling units and a gross density of approximately 6 units per acre, as noted, with the 5 commercial lots along Karcher. The plat also depicts the transition of lot sizes from the internal to the external areas of the site. So the internal the internal lots are about 4,300 square feet. The lots along the perimeter are about 5,500 plus, many of them being more than that. 5.8 acres of qualifying open space are proposed, which is approximately 14.5%. The minimum required by code for the proposed lot sizes is 10%, so they are exceeding the minimum by 4.5%. As far as code compliance, the project has been analyzed against all policies and standards and finds it is in compliance with everything except for the proposed density, as noted, as well as a few minor landscape items. And you'll notice in the staff report, there's some conditions that are struck. Those are because they submitted new landscape plans that corrected, I think, 8 out of the 10 or so that I had there. There's just a few minor ones that they still need to modify, and that can be done at a later time. As far as amenities proposed within the 5.8 acres of open space, they're proposing a regional pathway along the Wilson Drain, a dog park along the south boundary in that triangle piece that is really hard to develop, proposing a fire pit area, a wildflower garden, a multi-use lawn area, a playground with a shade structure, and proposing a monument sign location that's reserved for the city to use as a welcome to Caldwell or thanks for visiting type of Caldwell sign. As far as access, the proposed development will have adequate access and adequate utilities within development, as discussed within the engineering staff report. As far as notifications, the site was notified and posted in accordance with state law, otherwise we would not be here tonight. The City of Nampa, ITD, and Valley View School District submitted comments to us. Skip that. City of Nampa noted that they abut the property to the south and are separated on the east by one parcel. They did not know any concerns as the proposed medium density residential matches what is their medium density residential development in their city. ITD did not respond specifically to the project, and however, within the email, they did note that the proposed deviations of reducing the total unit count, which I didn't mention, the original approval was around 300, and this is about half of that. That because of the reduction in unit count and the previous already, I guess, agreed upon agreement that's already signed between the landowner and ITD, that they didn't have any questions or comments. What was agreed with ITD was the access points, meaning the Celeste access and then a access point for the commercial further east. Valley View School District in their letter stated that more elementary schools are being constructed, which they're grateful for, but that Lakeview, which is the elementary school that they would most likely students would attend here at the elementary school level, may be over capacity by 2029. Also provided that the applicant agreed to a donor agreement and it was signed and approved already between the applicant and the school district, which they said they greatly appreciated as well. In addition, since the Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 public comments were received, both in support of the project. One, Dominic Rossi, supported the project because no more multifamily was being proposed, as was previously part of the approvals. And then the seller, Idaho Land Brokerage, supported the project and the development because of the difficulties that they noted having to sell the previous project as approved, which I know the applicant will touch on that as well. As far as site-specific conditions, staff does not have any extenuating concerns, and any remaining site-specific conditions are just regarding those few minor landscaping items that can be handled at a future date, likely with construction drawings and, final plat approvals. So with that, if City Council approves of the rezone, preliminary plat, and DA modification, that you make such request, subject to the findings, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And with that, I will stand for any questions, or we can kick it straight to the applicant.
Okay, it looks like we do have a couple of questions. Councilor Allgood?
Yeah, Joe.
Yes, sir.
There was a lot of notes in the staff notes in this one. There was some concerns with heights of the commercial buildings. They weren't going to be a two-story height or a single-story height, and apparently some of this stuff was in the previous entitlement. Is all that worked out, or was I reading that wrong, or?
Mayor, Council, I believe that was all within the old discussion, not within my staff report. I didn't know anything about any of the commercial structures
Okay,
proposed because it's along Karcher, so each will have to go through a design review, and staff will get a chance to look at those and make sure that they're compliant with the highway corridor zoning.
So is this property retaining all the prior entitlements for the commercial part?
No, this would be essentially wiping all those entitlements away, and then through this development, just proposing 5 build-to-suit commercial lots, and then the 152 single-family.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Dittenber?
Mr. Mayor, Joe, thank you very much. I did read the staff report. It was a pretty long staff report. And so you had, I just want to clarify a couple things. The original entitlement was for 301 residential units on 59 residential lots, which meant there had to be multifamily or apartment complexes. And the new application is for 159 residential units on the same number of lots. Is that correct?
152.
152.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. Well, sorry, it's 152 lots, whereas the previous one was 59, so it's more lots, half the dwelling units though. So because of the area of the plat, the density didn't drop by half, but the density definitely decreased. I believe the original entitlement was over 9 units per acre, and this is 6 on the dot.
Okay. So my next question is kind of get to that point. So this council has in the past decided not to amend entitlements. We've decided to say, okay, the original entitlement stays in place. The applicant would then be required to either build or not build the initial 301 units.
Councilor Dittenberg, Council, there's a couple things with that. So their original preliminary plat is set to expire in a couple of months. You guys could deny the applications before you tonight, and they would have to start doing work immediately if the seller or the landowner so wanted to on the existing entitlements. If they let them expire, everything will expire essentially except for the development agreement. And therefore, the plat goes away, all of whatever was discussed within the PUD dies as well, and then they'd have to come before you to do anything and ask that you do a DA mod for whatever it is that they propose. And so that's, then again, I guess through that DA mod, you could then renew their plat and keep trying to make them and force them to do that original entitlement. But again, as nobody's obligated to construct their site, so it could be a back and forth for a while.
Thank you.
Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, thank you. A couple questions along that same line. So this body in 2022 has already approved that project there. And so now what is being recommended is to reduce that, which I think is some concern to me for a couple of reasons, but we've talked a lot about density being in city limits rather than urban sprawl. Not too long ago, we had George Crookham in here recommending to us multi-use developments with housing, and this was practically what was being, or what was approved in the previous development agreement. Am I incorrect?
That is correct, Councilor Williams. The original approval was single-family detached, I think only 20 or so lots, and it was mostly stuck in that west area next to the canal. Then there was some type of multifamily housing that was like, or or single-family attached, I can't remember exactly, on the south end, and then the center was multifamily apartments, like garden-style, traditional multifamily. Some commercial build-to-suit lots along Karcher with a large lot for storage. And I'll let the applicant knows way more about why or why not the seller hasn't been able to sell that previously, but my understanding was that because of the total project was such a mix of uses in a relatively small area of 40 acres, they have not been able to get enough traction on it, which is why they decided to try to sell the property to someone who'd be able to develop a simpler project.
Mr. Mayor, we had a lot of discussion at the time, and I recall it, about this being on the corridor, and us insisting that especially the commercial use looked good. The previous development agreement included that everything on Karcher's side would look almost like the front of the building, even though it wasn't. And I would be adamant that we retain that position, that anything we allow on there be really advantageous to us being the corridor. Is that intended as well for whatever might or might not be approved here, Joe?
Mayor, Councilor Williams, I did not include that as a specific DA provision, but that is absolutely one that you guys can add and say that the Karcher facades have to emulate the front of a building, or even say that the buildings have to face Karcher. Already within some of our site design standards that we have, they're going to have those buildings pushed up against Karcher closer. We don't want parking between the buildings and Karcher anyways. But if you want specific standards, or even to say to mimic what was in the previous development agreement, you can absolutely add that as a condition of approval.
And I'm a little concerned that we're so quickly approving or contemplating, I should say, a rezone. You guys did masterful work on our comprehensive plan. It was hailed by many people in the industry as the best they'd ever seen. And here we are almost immediately considering a rezone, and that's always been a little bit of a heartburn for me. As I look back to the notes, Chuck, I think you made the motion to approve the first project, which included the multi-housing. Are you okay with us reducing the density here, which then would push us further out, perhaps even into farmland, because we're not building what we said we would here? And so those are concerns to me, Joe, and I'm just putting it on the record here.
Understood.
Okay, I don't see any other, or Councilor Sadek?
Did Councilman Williams want me to answer that question?
I'm not sure.
The answer would be no.
Councilor Allgood?
Just one quick follow-up. Councilor Williams is jogging my memory. I think we had some concern. I know we approved this prior subdivision, but I think we had some concern about how much traffic loads Celeste could handle, and how it was going to be going into the subdivision across the drain from it. Do we feel like those traffic issues have been mitigated?
Councilor Allgood, Mayor, mitigated, not necessarily sure, only because Celeste doesn't exist on the south side right now at all, and when it would get extended to the south, it'd be within the city of Nampa. Granted, obviously, roads don't know jurisdictions, right, typically, but the overall circulation pattern should help mitigate any of those concerns. And discussed in the P&Z Commission, our city engineer spoke up about it as well, that this developer would have to construct a bridge over the drain, and that would help open up multiple options for those existing residents down to the south to not have to use whatever that arterial is to the west, Lake or Midway, and would then be able to come out through Celeste here and access Karcher in a safer place than what they previously would have to the west. So overall traffic increase, absolutely, but still about, I think the net increase from this for the proposed development and the previous one was only like 13 additional trips per day, because single family generates more trips than any other residential land use, according to the engineering handbook. Then that's why ITD didn't require anything. So all of those old mitigations, along with the Karcher corridor improvements, already mitigated whatever this project would be. So I'm sure the engineer can answer that better.
So this development being built will help more than just this development with some of the traffic issues?
Correct, yes. With that a local road going over the drain. It should help alleviate some traffic concerns west of this site, because now people have multiple ways to get in and out of their subdivision.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so we'll get into public testimony. So we'll begin with the applicant, Sabrina. So if you could come forward, and if you could state your name for the record, and then you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation.
All right, here we go. Mayor, members of the council, hello and good evening. For the record, my name is Sabrina Durchie, and my business address is 5179 Boise, Idaho, 83716. And this evening, I am so excited to present our applications for Enclave subdivision to you all. First, let me welcome you to Enclave. The Enclave subdivision is visioned as a welcoming, thoughtfully planned community for future residents to call home. The site design incorporates creative elements such as generous open spaces, carefully curated amenities, and a variety of well-sized lots. Together, these features are designed to foster a high quality of life and strong sense of community for the future homeowners. Here's a picture of one of our great entrance points into the development. On the left, you can see the future commercial signage for Enclave, and to the right, the subdivision monument. Both elements have metal and brick for a fresh, modern feel. With Enclave, we are requesting a rezone, preliminary plat, and DA modification. The lot breakdown are as follows: commercial, 5 lots, and single-family, 152. Our net density will be 6 units per acre, with our residential lot size ranging from little over 4,000 square feet to over 9,000 square feet. As noted in both our application and staff report, the site has previously been approved for a mix of uses, including 6 commercial lots, 192 apartment units, 19 single-family lots, and a combination of 2 to 6 plex units for a total of 301 residential units. In addition, self-storage units were also proposed. Despite diligent efforts, the property owner was unable to successfully market or sell the site under the previous entitlements. After thorough consideration, it became evident that the extensive mix of uses created complexity and likely did not align with the current market demand for this particular parcel. As a result, we are requesting to simplify and become a more cohesive approach to our application. Specifically, we are requesting to maintain the existing H2 highway corridor zoning along Highway 55 and rezone the remainders of the site to R2. With the newly adopted comp plan and zoning code, this introduces more flexibility for this area, which is now designated as community center. As staff notes, the designation supports low-intensity commercial uses along major highway corridors like Highway 55, with an emphasis on integrating commercial development into surrounding residential fabric. We believe our proposal aligns beautifully with this vision. While our proposed residential density does fall slightly below the suggested density range, we feel that it is well suited given the context of the area. Now, let's look at the context and surrounding land uses in detail to better understand how this site fits the area as a whole. To the north, the site is bordered by both unincorporated Canyon County lots and platted single-family subdivision within the city of Caldwell, including Fieldcrest Village, Dakota Crossing, Klamath Falls, and the Charles located northwest of our site. To the east, the property borders the city of Nampa, where we have the Brownstone subdivision, and to the south, Middlebury North subdivision, also within this Nampa. This neighborhood has a net density of 5.07 units per acre. And to the west, the site is adjacent to Canyon View, a single-family residential subdivision. Taken together, these surrounding uses represent a mix of medium-density residential neighborhoods, along with emerging commercial and higher-density development. Our proposal complements and transitions well with the surrounding area, reinforcing the vision of a connected, livable, and appropriately scaled community. We recognize the importance of maintaining a strong commercial presence along Highway 55 in Karcher, which is a vital gateway to the economic corridor for the city of Caldwell. As part of this proposal, we're reserving 15.27 acres of commercial development spread across 5 commercial lots. These lots are strategically located along the highway frontage to ensure visibility, access, and long-term viability. Recognizing that the site lies along a key entry corridor, the applicant has thoughtfully proposed a gateway sign at the city limits to create a strong sense of arrival and community identity. The concept design for the gateway feature has been submitted to the mayor's office, and we're still waiting on feedback. But our goal is to create an attractive and welcoming feature that reflects the character of Caldwell and enhances the visual experience from those entering the city along this important entrance. ITD is currently working on the expansion of Highway 55, with improvements scheduled to be completed by the end of 2027. We have been coordinating with ITD throughout the process to ensure that our access points align with the long-term transportation plans. Our site will include 2 access points along Highway 55, which will be constructed and coordinated with current roadway improvements. Number 1, Celeste Avenue Extension. This will serve as a primary entrance. It will include a dedicated left turn lane from the highway into the site and a right turn exit for outbound traffic. This design supports safe and efficient traffic flow for future residents and visitors. Number 2, our secondary access will be located further east along Highway 55 and will be limited to a right-in, right-out configuration. This design complies with ITD's access management standards and supports safe ingress-egress along the corridor. On-site utilities are near adjacent to the site. Water will be serviced through existing water main on Highway 55. Sewer will connect to an existing manhole located north at Dakota Crossing, and pressurized irrigation will be provided for the entire site and will be coordinated with Pioneer Irrigation District. In coordination with the Highway 55 expansion, we're also working to have water and sewer sleeves installed now during the roadway construction. This is a forward-thinking approach will help with seamless connection during development while minimizing future construction impacts and traffic disruptions. This site will be constructed within 3 phases. Construction timing will be determined by market conditions. However, we're estimating phase 1 to start in late fall of 2026 or spring of 2027. In every community I design, open space is a top priority, for it sets our foundation for our community's amenities, pathway, and interconnectivity that really makes this community special. In Enclave, we've designed 6.1 acres of open space, which represents 13.84 of the site, and the open space has been strategically placed to support recreation and gathering areas, walking and biking paths, and seamless interconnectivity throughout the neighborhood. Pathway connectivity and walkability is also a priority within Enclave, as seen in our pathway exhibit. Purple depicts our community sidewalks, orange and green depicts our micro pathways that fan out through the site, and blue illustrates our major pathway that will run along the Wilson Drain. Enclave has been designed to include 4 pocket parks. This slide shows each park's location. Our first park will serve as a focal point for Enclave. This park is thoughtfully designed to encourage connection, activity, and outdoor engagement among the residents. An active learning playground will include a shade structure, picnic area, swing sets in 2 distinct play areas, each tailored to different age groups, and a bike parking and seating area for parents to relax and supervise. Park 2 is envisioned as a peaceful wildflower garden, offering residents a tranquil space to unwind and connect with nature. This park will include a dry riverbed feature, raised planters filled with vibrant wildflowers, and built-in seating integrated into the landscape, creating a quiet oasis for reading, reflection, or simply enjoying the outdoors. Park 3 will have a more intimate setting. This will feature a community fire pit that was designed as a cozy, inviting gathering space for neighbors to connect. The fire pit area will be framed by a natural boulder retaining wall, screened with evergreen trees, and purposely placed to serve as a social hub for evening conversations and small gatherings. Our final community amenity will be a dedicated dog park located southern end of the site, just south of Wilson Drain. This location was intentionally selected for several reasons. It offers ample space for dogs to run, it is separated from the residential lots, and it activates an otherwise underutilized area, creating a beneficial and well-rounded amenity for pet owners within the community. 2 neighborhood meetings were held for the site, one on March 10th and the second follow-up on June 16th. Both meetings were positive and productive, and attendees were really appreciated the proposed change from higher density development to a more compatible single-family residential use. Concerns of traffic and lack of stop signs within Canyon Crossing was discussed. And to summarize, we strongly believe that Enclave will be a premier residential community within the city of Caldwell. every aspect of design and layout and lot diversity to the open space and connectivity. And we have carefully curated to create a neighborhood that residents will be proud to call home and will complement and advance the city's vision for the area. And with that, I'd like to extend my thanks to city staff for their guidance and support. And we did receive unanimous recommendation of approval from your planning and zoning staff, with Commissioner Boutros noting it was one of the best developments he had seen recently. And on that note, I will thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration and the opportunity to present to you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. I appreciate that. Councilor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think it's a great subdivision as well. However, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a comp plan because of all the rezones that have been done over the years. So we just approved a comp plan, a new one, and it's the plan we should be using. And right out of the gate, like I think Councilor Williams said, here we are asking for a rezone. If we paid the experts hundreds of thousands of dollars to say this is what should go there so that we can stay off the farmland, we can save the seed land, I just don't understand why we'd pay all of that money, taxpayer money, by the way, and then say we're going to ignore it and we're going to rezone what all of those experts and all of our citizens said. So I just wanted you to know that. So thank you.
Sure, could I respond to that?
Yes, sure.
Mayor, Councilmember Doty. So I think that as we look at it, they went through the application, got the entitlements approved. They can't sell it. They've tried. They can't find anyone that wants to buy it and develop it. And so we really have to think about, take a step back going, is this what the market demands for this area? Is, you know, sometimes when these comp plans, and this was under the older comp plan, you know, maybe they had too many uses for the one site. And that's why your new comp plan, which is kind of brilliant because it offers that flexibility of the R2 zoning, of the commercial, it's not as restrictive. So it's allowing for more options. And that's why they came back to, again, to you this evening saying, hey, we've tried it. It doesn't work. Let's reevaluate and find a better fit.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor? Yes, and I appreciate that, but I believe we heard Joe say it's under density of the new comp plan. Did I mishear that? So that's correct. So unfortunately, when you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on experts and say this is what should go there, I'm just struggling with that. I understand what you're saying, that you've tried to sell it, but again, this is what happens. Every time we rezone, and then we try to stick to the original plan, and we forget what was rezoned there, or just miss it, right? If we don't know if the plan's going to work if we don't stick to the plan. So, thank you.
So I may have just a quick question. So I do not see a comp plan map amendment with this. In reading it says that the comp plan shows it as community center, which is compatible with the R2 zoning. So, well, I guess what would staff's, so is there a comp plan map amendment request with this?
Mr. Mayor, no, just a rezone of the highway corridor zone, or sorry, not highway corridor anymore, the HC zone to the R2. So it's just a zoning for the land use. The density is changing because the land uses are changing. There's not they could have asked for a comprehensive plan map amendment, but through development agreements, you can also, you know, councils have flexibility in what they approve and don't approve. So they did not propose a comprehensive plan map amendment. So it's just a rezone.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to make sure on that I was reading it right. So Councilor Register, and then Councilor Stoddard.
Yeah, I have a question for Joe. So I just want to be clear on this. So the plan that we already approved was the multifamily with commercial and some single-family homes, I believe, right?
Yes.
Now, the change is because I like it better without the multifamily, right? So there's no multifamily in this, but there's a rezone. So I'm just this is where I'm trying to kind of get my head straight on it. Could they do what they're asking to do if their density wasn't the problem?
Councilor Register, I'd have to double check on what land uses are allowed in the HC. I do not believe single-family detached is allowed in that zone, hence the request for a rezone to a density, or sorry, to a residential zoning district that does allow the detached zoning. I'd have to triple check real quick on our code. I don't have that quite memorized, but my assumption, 90% sure it's not allowed in highway, in the HC zone.
Wasn't it already approved in here for single-family homes?
Correct, under the old code. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That's why
I
they're
see. Okay.
changing the.
So under the new code, they wouldn't be able to do the old plan either?
Councilor Register, Mr. Mayor, I believe they would not be able to unless they did a PUD, and I don't know that they would meet all of the new PUD requirements, which the old one had a PUD as well.
So what could they do here that works within this plan? Like, what has to be changed, I guess?
Councilor Register, Mr. Mayor, it's hard to speculate on that broad of a scale, but it would have to just include a different type of residential land use that likely is not single family, or if it is single family, it might be single family attached, whatever the HC zone would allow, that would allow them to do a higher density or just more units in general.
Okay, because that's because of the comp plan.
Comp
new
plan
comp
and the land use schedule, yes. And that would just mitigate the requirement to do a rezone, but a new preliminary plat would still be proposed because it still wouldn't match what was already approved. So they would still have to come back through and do something. They can't just take the old plan, kind of wipe it clean and move a bunch of lot lines around just to match, you know.
But if
Yeah.
we don't approve this, then the comp plan the new comp plan likely says that they can't do single family here and it has to be higher density or multifamily.
Council Register, Mr. Mayor, if you guys don't approve the request before you tonight, then the old entitlements are still valid. So that would be what they have to go forward with. New comp plan, new code becomes somewhat irrelevant because they're already entitled. That's why this is a request to change those previous entitlements, essentially let them be diminished and negated with what is proposed before you tonight.
So it's either the old one with multifamily,
Yes.
commercial, and some single-family homes, or it's the new one where it's all single-family homes, lower density, and commercial on the Highway 55.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilor Stoddard?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Councilman Doty brought up some good points relative to making these changes in midstream again after we approve something, but just so the taxpayers understand, one of the biggest problems we have right now is our percentage of residential to commercial is way out of whack. The residents pay for much of the services now and in the future for just about everything. Commercial and ag is way down the list as far as what they pay for. A good example is that, about 10 years ago when we were at about a 60 residential, 40% commercial and or ag, it worked out pretty good. Now we're 75, 80% residential and maybe 25, 30% commercial, and it's just not working because again, the tax burden for services is on the taxpayer, not the commercial folks. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Allgood?
Hi. Couple of questions, I just wanted to keep track of this. So with this new plan, is it the same developer, or is another developer taking over this project?
Mayor, Commissioner Allgood, it would be a different developer.
Different
Yes.
developer?
Yes.
Different property owner?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say this project were to get approved this evening. Is this just going to go back up for sale as an entitled project again, or is this developer actually going to do something with the lot?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember, no, this developer is going to be building it, yes. We'll build the subdivision.
Okay, so this is just not going to
No,
go back into the cycle to see if anybody wants to buy entitled property?
no. As far as my understanding, they are ready to get started, so,
Okay, all right, thank you, appreciate that.
yeah, thank you.
Councilor Dittenber?
Mr. Mayor, Sabrina, thanks for being here and giving your presentation. I got to see it a couple of weeks ago in front of Planning and Zoning. So Councilman Allgood asked this question, and I just want to make sure I ask it again in a way that I understand it. You did not bring the original proposal before us back in May of 2022.
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember, that is correct.
So the new project owner, or the new landowner, then hired your service to come and correct something that they couldn't do, that the original landowner couldn't do.
Mayor, Councilmember, so the current landowner has had it for sale since the approvals. And so my client was like, hey, no one's made an offer. Obviously, you're having issues. How about we come back and we're gonna take it back through the entitlement process? And this isn't lightly to go back through the entitlement process. It's not super fun to get to this point. I mean, it's like a year long of engineering, neighborhood meeting, site planning. So to get all that to that point, to get the project approved, they had even started construction plans, which is very expensive. To get to all that point, to spend all that money and saying, hey, we can't find a buyer, we're willing to go back from the beginning, is a big red flag. And I know that, the comp plans are designed and they have great theories behind it, but sometimes it just doesn't pencil out or work for the market. And so that's why they're willing to go back. And again, for them to be willing to put the brakes, put all the time and money back into it, speaks volumes that it might not be the right fit for all those uses. And again, I've worked with the neighbors. The neighbors are really ecstatic to have something that's more compatible with their land uses. I think some of the neighbors are going to be speaking after me. So, and I mean, we understand. I mean, they gave it a good shot. They've tried. They had all the uses that were previously approved, and it just doesn't work.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have one more question, and I think this is for Joe, and Sabrina, you may be able to answer it too. After reading the staff report, I noticed there were several places in there, maybe just one place, that you had mentioned because of the new zoning changes and the new comprehensive plan, that there were necessarily parts of the old development agreement that were no longer even possible. I mean, so it's not like they're coming here asking to change something. The fact that this council changed the law nullified much of their development agreement. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Dittenberg, did not nullify it because it's already a legal entitlement. But if that same thing were to come before you today, it would not be so easily approved. It would have to go through more hoops. It probably would not work on the face. But we did not nullify their legal entitlement. They have their legal entitlement still.
Okay. So let me see if I can summarize this and tell me if this is an accurate summary. Also, I looked at one of these present slides that you presented, and it looked like most of what they were asking were conforming uses between the old stuff and the new stuff, with the exception for one little strip or one little acre or strip of property, which was the highway corridor, which now needs to be residential 2 or neighborhood 2. Is that correct? So if I was to make a guess, 60% of the project remains the same, 40% changes. Is that an accurate?
Mr. Dittenberg, I would say no, only because they're rezoning 36 of the 40 acres. So they're changing more than just 60% or 40%, however that was.
Okay.
But the land uses are still compatible both with the old zoning code, if it was R2. If that request is still before you, it'd still be compatible in R2 then and now. And I did note within my staff report in multiple areas, despite it not meeting the minimum density in the comprehensive plan, I do find that it's compatible with the area. There's a lot of medium density in this area, and you can look up and down that corridor, especially on the south side in this segment. That is the majority of what it is. So it does act as a transition from Karcher. Also, my planning hat, could every project increase their density to help us, preserve ag land, quote unquote, in the external boundaries? Absolutely, sure. But does that always pencil out for everybody? Obviously not, and we have to just look at the project before us tonight and take it at its face value.
Thank you.
Councilor Doty?
Just one follow-up on Councilor Stodix. So I just want to be clear. Did you reduce any of the commercial in this area at all?
Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, no, we left the commercial all the same. And we'd be happy to add in the development agreement, the special requirements for the commercial, so they're front-facing, the state highway, whatever requirements you want, because we obviously, we want it to look great.
Okay.
And we understand that how important the commercial is. That's why we left everything the same, so.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, because you have another question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I really want to hear from the people that are here to speak, whether for or against. So I'm going to let that happen, but I'm wondering, are you guys willing to then sign something saying you won't go back to the multifamily?
Mayor, Councilmember Register, we'd be happy to. I think those expire sometime in November. The expiration's coming up, but whatever assurances that you would need, we'd
Well,
be
it's
happy.
just that you said a couple of times, and I'm wondering if we're going to hear it, that the neighborhood was more in favor of your plan because
Yeah.
it excluded the multifamily. So I don't
Right.
want to make that promise and then turn around and say,
Oh.
oh, well, now we can't do this, so we're going to put the multifamily back in.
Absolutely, no, I completely understand. And I would think, and maybe this is a question for Joe, but I think with the approval, it would nullify the old entitlement, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. So through, if you guys were to approve the project tonight, it would terminate, well, once we record it, Debbie does her magic, then we terminate the old DA, the new DA would supersede it, and that would include the verbiage that this is for 152 single-family residential lots, have to match the plat substantially, et cetera. There wouldn't be an ability for them to turn around and be like, oh, now we changed our mind, we're gonna do the multifamily. That would not be possible at that point.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time.
Thank you,
so
Council.
much.
Yes.
Okay, so we will move on with those that have signed up to testify. So the next person did signed up not to speak, but did sign up in favor is Margaret Sosa. Just want to make sure you did not want to speak. Okay, very good. Are you one of those neighbors that favors this over the old plan? Is that all right to ask that, or you? Okay, so she did indicate yes. Okay, appreciate that. And then Dominique Rossi? I hope I said that last name wrong, right? Do you mind coming forward? And if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
My name's Dominic Rossi. I have 2 residents in that area. My son rents one of them from me. One is in Canyon View Estates where he rents it, which this affects with traffic coming across the bridge at Ironwood, I believe the name of the street is. And then I live in Peregrine down on Lignite. The addresses are 12645 Sunstone, and the other is 12847 Lignite. I stand in favor of the project. I really don't want any multifamily homes built in that area. That area is 100% currently single-family homes. To the, I guess it's the east, you have brownstones where they have some fourplexes, but other than that, there isn't any. So you'll be adding something that does not exist currently if you put in apartments. Traffic is our biggest concern, especially on Lignite. Lignite runs to the school. You go over the bridge, you go down Boulder Ridge, and you end up on Lignite. Lignite has a straightaway that's probably a half a mile long with no stop signs. I sent a letter over to Haley asking for some stop signs, trying to mitigate some of this. The school, everybody's going to be going to that school down that street. So traffic is our concern. If you put multifamily homes in there, it's going to increase it even more. And it's already a headache for kids out playing in the common areas. I see at least once a day someone almost getting hit on Lignite with traffic. And if you add multifamily, you're going to end up having more traffic on that street. Currently, we exit through 2 exits, one on both onto Lake. With the new bridge going in, it's going to allow us to exit onto Karcher, which will really help the residents of my 2 residents that I live in. So I really urge you to go along with the new project and get rid of the other project, mainly because it fits better, it's well planned, and the people talking to the developer and everybody, they're very cordial. They really want to work with the residents around there. So whatever they're telling you, I'm very convinced that they're telling you the 100% truth, what they want to do, and it's a well thought out project. So I really encourage you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate that. So we do have 2 people signed up in neutral, both indicated to not speak tonight. Diane Regas and Don Collins. Is that correct? Okay, very good. And then we do have one person signed up in opposition, Jean. If you could come forward and if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well for your time.
Good evening, Jean Kreitbring, and I appreciate the great presentation, but can I just say ditto? Ditto and repeat for all the times I stood before you begging, pleading, imploring you to slow down the development. I know I'm not the only citizen that feels it's falling on deaf ears. I'd like to ask you to drive on Karcher, especially at 7 a.m. or 5 p.m. It's a nightmare. Right now, Farmway, Orchard, Kimball, Montana, Florida, Lake, Ustick are closed. You may not be responsible for all of these, but it directly affects the Caldwell citizens. Karcher is under construction with a completion date of 2028, but we all know it won't be finished on time. Besides the repaving closure, Orchard's bike lanes were supposed to be completed by 2024. Then they moved it to April 2025. It's still not done. Farmway has been closed for over a year, and all they have to show is a 4-way stop and new roadway. It's still not open. I was under the impression they were doing roundabouts, but that's for another time. The point being that it takes much longer than anticipated. Much longer. It's tiresome on the drivers that have to navigate all the closures, one lanes, and detours. So this development would add commercial property and 152 dwellings. That's just going to add to the congestion on Karcher. And I'm sure someone will say that even if it's approved today, it takes at least a year. Karcher isn't supposed to be complete until 2028. 3 years, but most likely 4 years. Within a 1-mile radius, you've approved over 1,700 dwellings, and that has significantly impacted Karcher and will continue to impact it as the construction on those developments continues. Please, can't you wait to add more headaches to Karcher Road? Get the infrastructure in place before moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Appreciate that. So that's all that is signed up to speak. So Sabrina, if you come forward and you have your 3 minutes for your closing.
Mayor, council members, we strongly feel that Enclave will be an exceptional addition to the city of Caldwell. And it does have a unique history. We're coming in round 2, but we really strongly feel that this is the right site plan, this is the right application. The developers really have tried to sell the mixed-use product just unsuccessfully. And you know, about a month ago, we had a meeting with the mayor, developers, and he really spoke, said, you guys are the experts for what the market's going to demand. Now, they've, again, repeating, but they've tried for years to sell the project, and this is a more viable solution, viable project for this area. And I strongly feel that it is meeting the comp plan. The comp plan allows for the commercial, it allows for the R2. If the density, if the 2 units under the allowed is a big issue, we can maybe reassess and have some attached product to raise the density up to 8. But overall, we feel like this is the right project, the right site. And again, we are requesting to nearly reduce the density by half, with the neighbors concerned with the impact of schools. The previous person up here talking about traffic. We feel that that will help eliminate some of those concerns based on the original application versus this application. The surrounding neighborhoods to the east, south, and west are predominantly medium density, and our proposal aligns with the existing land use. Our plan respects the established character for the area and advancing the vision and goals for the new comp plan. From the beginning, our design intent was always to create a community that feels cohesive, inviting, and well-planned. Upon entering the neighborhood, residents and visitors will experience a place that is visually appealing, but also purposely designed to support a high quality of life. And with that, I'll thank you for your time and consideration. I'll stand for any other questions, and again, thank you.
And Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Mayor, Sabrina, what I had a difficult time with, and you just made a statement to Councilman Doty that the commercial would not change from the original plan, right?
Mayor, Councilmember, it's my understanding that when we reworked the site plan, all the commercial stayed the same as well as the 2 access points.
Okay.
I think that there might have been 6 lots, but we combined them to 5.
Okay, what confused me is when you wanted highway commercial, HC, to go to R2, what part of the HC was changed to R2 then? And maybe it's just the way they worded it. That's what confused me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilor Stodic, Mr. Mayor, it's just the south 36 acres, so the frontage along Karcher will stay as HC. Everything south of that and just slightly west of Celeste will be R2. As
Do you understand how I was confused a little bit?
Sure.
Oh,
That's
sure.
why I thought that
Yeah, no, that sounds
you were
confusing.
going commercial to, see, residential, hence my
Oh,
comment.
Yes, no, I see.
Okay, that clears that. Thank you.
Councilor Register?
Yeah, so I have some more questions probably around the room. For Joe, there are 152 dwellings now. How many were in the other plan? Do you remember?
Councilor Register, original was 301.
Okay, so we've cut it in half, or you guys have cut it in
Essentially.
half. Okay. The mixed use was not selling, so because I completely agree with everything that Jean said about the traffic and the building and the growth, everybody knows that about me. But what I also remember, I remember this project, and I remember I think it was at the old building, and people were like flooded in the room begging this council not to put in multifamily there. And I think, wasn't this the one where we had said no on one, and then somebody else came back? Like it was, I feel like that's the one I'm thinking of. I feel like each development got worse, and then it was approved. And so now we have neighbors coming in here asking us to do something that not only lessens the amount of structures, but it sounds like it's a better project with no multifamily. So my other question is, if the entitlements expire in November, what happens? Whoever, somebody has to come back and do it all over anyway?
Councilor Register, Mr. Mayor, it's September, October, November, sometime in the next few months it does expire. Yes, they did a time extension to get them to this point, so they would at least have some entitlement were they to be denied. But yes, if they chose to let that expire, plat would be dead. Code does allow them to ask for a renewal within a year, but they don't have to do that. That's
So
their
then it would
land.
just be like starting over, right?
With a development agreement that requires what was already approved, so then you do a DA mod to terminate it, and you kind of restart the process all over again, yes.
So we've done this before, and I think I'm going to ask for this now because I think it's appropriate. I wish there were more neighbors here. I wish that we could hear from more of the people that live in that subdivision that was affected by the original approval that nobody wanted. It felt like it was really disappointing if this is the same project that I'm thinking of. So the gentleman that spoke, or maybe you could do it, I don't know, but could we get an extension to get some more feedback from the community, whether that's letters, emails, a survey, whatever it is, because I would like to know what that neighborhood thinks. And if they're more inclined, like the gentleman that spoke, then I think there might be more support for that, even if it goes off the comp plan. But normally I would, because I'm not a huge supporter of, like, for all the reasons that Jean said, I have a real problem with, the unbridled growth. But something's going in here. It's already been approved. And if this is the better project and it reduces the amount of structures, I would really like to hear back from the community. Is that something that you would be able to do or reach out? Or the gentleman, he's still, you'd have to come up and speak at the podium, I think, if. Can he come up?
Yeah, so maybe, go ahead, come up real quick, and then we'll finish up with Sabrina for questions, So we have not closed public testimony yet, so. And just specific to the question that was addressed by the counselor.
About 2 years ago, they were talking about apartments on the corner of Canyon View and Karcher, which is right in that same neighborhood. And I organized our community of Canyon View. We had 72 out of 78 houses sign a petition sent to the city council at the time and the planning commission objecting to the apartments being built there. So if you want people I'll get you people, but you better allow a lot of time. Thank you.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Sabrina, do you want to come back forward? Do you have any additional
No,
follow-ups?
but that's what I'm
Sabrina,
gonna,
or-
I don't know when the appropriate time to do this is after we close public hearing, but I'm gonna suggest that we have a little bit of a,
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember.
extension to hear from
Yeah.
the rest of that.
And we'd be happy
neighborhood.
if that's what you'd need to table it, and then we can do another, I can do another neighborhood meeting and do a neighborhood outreach if you would like, yeah. Be happy
We'd really
to.
like them to come here.
Sure.
So
I
I'd
can
like
rally
them
them.
to either come here and speak or
Yeah. Sure.
something, but I think that
Okay.
would be a better way to make a decision.
Okay, absolutely, would be happy to.
Counselor Alga, you had your light on earlier. Did you
I
have a
did,
question?
yeah,
Okay, then we'll go to Dittenber after you,
sorry.
Counselor Dittenber.
Yeah, I was just caught off guard by what Councilor Register was proposing, because I feel like what you're doing here is a big improvement over what was previously approved. I was not a fan of the high density there, and so I personally feel like this is a much better project. I'm glad it came forward, and I completely agree with Councilor Doty in that we need to stick to this comprehensive plan that we worked so hard on. But in this particular case, I believe, as the gentleman said, this is just a much better fit for the neighborhood is where we're at. And so, for whatever that means, I'm in support of this change.
Can I just answer
Yeah,
that
let's
real
go to,
quick?
can we go to Counselor Dittenber first?
Okay,
and we'll come
I
back
just
to you.
wanted to.
Counselor Dittenber.
Mr. Mayor, I think I tend to agree with Councilor Allgood. Sometimes things work and sometimes things don't work. And I appreciate Ms. Dershey and her attempt to come here and find something that works in this area. And because most of it is, I'm using the wrong words, conforming, or what's the right word, Joe? Okay. Okay, he's okay with that word. Since it's most conforming and we're not doing a lot of change, we're just doing a change that fits for that area. This is what we do in real life. We plan, we do, we check, and we act. And we checked it, and now we're acting, and I think this is the right process. And I'm all in favor of moving forward tonight with approval.
Okay. Counselor Register.
So the reason why I suggested that was because some of the initial feedback sounded like they were not going to go for it, and they wanted to leave it the way it was at the 300 and whatever it was, and not reduce it and not do a better plan. And I remember, like I said, if I'm thinking of the right project, just how disappointed that neighborhood was. So if we're going to go that direction, then I don't need an extension, but I wanted to bring neighborhood in for anybody who was thinking that keeping the plan was the better idea, to hear back from the community. But if we don't need that, then we don't need that. So I guess I'll make a motion to close public hearing so we can move on.
Okay, yeah. So there's a motion to close the public testimony portion of this
Second.
hearing, and there's a second. So a motion for Counselor Register and a second for Counselor Doty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. Okay, so that moves us into deliberation by council. Any motions or any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Doty.
Just one. I'm satisfied now that the commercial hasn't reduced, because I agree with Councilor Stoddard that we need to make sure that the commercial is there. Sorry, let me speak up to my mic. I'm satisfied now that the commercial is there. It sounds like the couple of residents that are there are good to go, so I'm satisfied that the commercial will be there. So thank you.
Very good. Counselor Register.
And the only thing that I want to be clear about is that, just for everybody listening, that there's already something approved to go in here. And if we leave it the way it is, it's double what we're looking at right now. As far as structures, it's multifamily, it's more traffic, it's more of all of that. So I think this is actually a better plan. However, I do agree with the sentiment that we need to be mindful about growth. But in this particular situation, there's already something going in here, so we might as well be smart about it.
Counselor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm prepared to move forward on this if this is approved, though, with that modification that commercial be as we had previously stated, because I think Mr. Dittenber wasn't on the council then. I think Mr. Allgood was absent that day, but I think the rest of this council approved that first land use case. I would say unanimously, because Mr. Allgood wasn't here. But I'd be prepared to move forward with it as long as we include that agreement in there, Joe, and you'll have to, whoever makes the motion, hopefully will include that for me.
Counselor Allgood.
Mr. Mayor, for a motion?
Yes, please.
Based on the findings and facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders a case number SPP 2506 ZON 2501 and DEV 2504, a request by Sabrina Dursey for SD Land Consulting request for rezone preliminary plat and development agreement modification to include associated development agreement is approved with the conditions as outlined in the staff report, and I would make the previous requirements as described by Councilor Williams as that additional requirement going forward.
And that's in regards to those commercial buildings along Karcher, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion for approval with that additional condition added to those conditions recommended by staff. Do we have a second?
Second.
That's a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Dintenberg. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, do not see any. So with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously. Do I have a motion to close this public hearing item?
So moved.
And a second? This motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Register. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Okay, that then moves us into item number 3, which is just a housekeeping item for the rezone. So this is for bill number 34, ordinance 3686, to effectuate the rezone that was just approved for zone 25-1. Do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Allgood.
I'll sponsor Bill 34, ordinance number 3686, associated with ZON 2501, and move for its approval and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
That's a motion from Councilor Allgood and a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of bill number 34, ordinance number 3686. With that, voting is open at this time. So all votes have been cast by those council members present, and voting is closed, and that does pass with those 5 council members voting in the affirmative. So that does approve that item as well. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back for action item number 4. Yeah, I know they didn't. Yeah,
Timing's everything.
Sue, what's up?
Okay, so we will go ahead and get back to work up here. So that we are now on to action item number 4, which is again, this is another quasi-judicial hearing. So this is for an annexation and planned unit development and preliminary plat on behalf of Triple Dot Development for Springhouse Towns subdivision. So we will begin with the staff report from Katie.
Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 205 South 6th Avenue. Before you tonight is Springhouse Towns, ANN 2502, PUD 2502, and SPP 2503. This application was submitted in February and is being reviewed under the old code, which was based on the time of submittal. It was heard by the P&Z Commission on May 14th and recommended for denial. Since then, the applicant has reduced the number of lots, increased lot sizes and setbacks. This was continued from the June 16th meeting for additional time to make these adjustments. There is a late public comment, CC 1000, from Ardell and Rich Davenport that has been provided to you. The project location is 8.7 acre parcel located on the west side of Midway Road, south of Homedale Road. The site has a small amount of frontage along Midway. The project site is currently surrounded by single-family residential to the north, south, and west, and approved future residential to the east. There are 5 developments within a 1-mile radius of the subject site that are either actively under construction or have been approved for entitlements. The applications before you tonight are for an annexation of 8.7 acres of land into the Caldwell city limits and a planned unit development with a preliminary plat for a subdivision as outlined in red. The applicant is proposing the zone of the parcel to be R2. The purpose of R2 zone is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comprehensive plan that provide medium-density residential development areas at a density consistent with the comprehensive plan. Such zones are primarily located in older neighborhoods and adjacent to shopping, recreational, or cultural facilities. Such zones should be placed in areas that have full range of urban services available or projected to be established. The proposed development is surrounded by county land to the north, R1 and county to the south, R2 and county to the east, and R1 to the west. There's also some R3 to the northeast and southwest, as well as service commercial to the northeast. The comp plan place type and development is neighborhood 3 and is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan. The proposed densities are also compliant with the comprehensive plan. The proposed land use of single-family attached units is permitted within the R2 zone. The applicant's proposing a development consisting of 50 townhomes with 2.11 acres of qualified open space and several amenities. When this application was heard by P&Z Commission, the applicant originally was proposing 77 townhome lots. With the allowable planned unit development flexibilities, the proposed development project has been analyzed for compliance with city codes and policies, and staff finds the proposed development is in compliance with the Caldwell City Code as of February 6, 2025. Code section 100307 states that standards are allowed to be modified to better suit the site and project. The applicant is proposing setbacks and lot dimensions as shown on the screen. The proposed development will have adequate site access and all utilities are available or will be available as outlined in the engineering staff report. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. The only agencies that had concerns, Black Canyon Irrigation District had comments for city staff to consider, and Valley View School District mentioned the continued growth of the school district and urged city consider this growth. Staff received 19 public comments, all in opposition, stating concerns of traffic infrastructure and the development not being compatible with the surrounding development. As stated before, May 14th, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the annexation plan unit development and preliminary plat applications. And staff recommends that if council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And then I stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Councilor Doty.
Just one really quick. Thank you, Mayor. Did you say, based on the recommendations of denial, there were changes since then, based on those reasons why they were denied? Could you
Yes,
go over
Mayor
those
and
again,
Councilor.
please?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor, they did reduce their lot count. It was originally 77 attached townhome units on this property, which was roughly 8-some dwelling units per acre. They've reduced that to 50 dwelling units on this property, which puts it about 5.7 dwelling units per acre. And neighborhood 3 allows for, I want to say, 4 to 20 dwelling units per acre.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time from council. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Okay, so we'll get into those that have signed up to speak on this item. So we begin with those in favor. And so the applicant, Penelope. So if you please come forward, it's good to see you. So if you could just state your name for the record, and then you will have 10 minutes for your presentation. And so for you, and then any others that are coming up to speak as well, just so you're aware, the time will be shown up on this clock and the clock that we can see there as well. So you'll have your 10 minutes after you give your name and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Penelope Constantikis with Riley Planning Services, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. I have to begin by saying, after listening to the previous discussion, I'm somewhat on the horns of a dilemma because I appreciate your staying true to the comp plan that you adopted, and we reduced our density because out of respect for the neighborhood comments and the issues that the Planning and Zoning Commission approved. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and proceed with my presentation. And I'm assuming I just pushed the arrow, is that correct? Thank you. So the applications before you this evening are for annexation of this 8.56 acre enclaved parcel with very challenging geometry into the city of Caldwell with a zone of R2. The city of Caldwell is adjacent to the site on the east and west. The site is included in the area of impact for the city and is depicted on the future land use map as neighborhood 3. Based on these elements, the site is underutilized. The applications include a PUD to provide flexibility and a preliminary plat for townhouses on individual lots to support home ownership consistent with the surrounding developed area. The team has reviewed the staff report, concurs with staff findings, and will comply with all of the conditions of approval listed in the staff report, including mitigation required by the TIS approval. This presentation is based on the 50 lot density, so I hope you'll bear with me on this. 2 housing types are proposed. Where do I point this? It's not going in. Oh, there it is. 2 housing types are proposed. We have some Muse-style rear-loaded townhomes in the center and southern area of the site. We have front-loaded street-facing residences located in the northern third of the site with varied roof lines. The architecture provides clean lines, tasteful materials, and color palette, and with the efficiency of an open floor plan characteristic of the very popular mid-century design. Lot sizes now range predominantly between 1,694 square feet and 2,150 square feet. Oops. Neighborhood 3 is the overriding criteria required by the zoning code. This infill site provides for orderly development into the city without expanding service areas. These homes are accessed by or near higher classified roads, a major transportation corridor, and in close proximity to many retail and commercial services, including Walmart, which is less than a mile away. Neighborhood 3 requires a density range of 4 to 20 dwellings per acre. Building height in neighborhood 3 can be as high as 4 stories with the new zoning code. The requested zone is the lowest allowed in this land use designation. Springhouse Towns is envisioned to provide homes for the missing middle. These are for the family with a future all-star baseball player or a future national level soccer player. So the family can use their resources to support the athletic potential of their children instead of paying for the larger lot and watering, instead of mowing and tending a yard. This is for families with different lifestyles and different priorities. For example, grandparents that want to live close to their grandchildren, but they still want to be able to travel. The smaller lots help make homes more affordable, which is one of the purposes of the townhouse project. This slide provides some comparison details, the original application and the revised layout. The original proposal to staff was for 82 lots. Then it was reduced to 77 lots, which is when we were heard by P&Z Commission. Now we're down to 50 lots. So mathematically, the site could accommodate about 100 units if that was appropriate. The density has been decreased from 9 dwelling units per acre to 5.75 units. Parking has been increased from 164 spaces, including guest spots, to 218 spaces, which includes double the number of guest spaces, and we have 4.36 spaces per residence. That's 2 garage spaces, 2 apron spaces, and all of the guest parking. This more than doubles the parking per dwelling as originally proposed. The qualified open space increased from 21.96% of the site to 24.6% of the total site. Overall, the open space remains essentially the same at slightly over 60%. All the lots were increased from 47 feet deep to 77 feet deep and provide additional parking on the garage aprons on all but 2 of the rear-loaded townhouses. Lot frontages have also been increased. The major and macro pathways provide access routes to amenities, and the major pathway alone is about 1,500 linear feet long. The northern rear setbacks have been increased to 15 feet, which is the standard for an R2 zone. Whoops. Sorry. All right. The neighborhood 3, I'm lost here. Okay. The development plan for the site conforms with the neighborhood 3 standards. We've added a 6-foot privacy fence along the north property line, although it's not required. The density has been reduced by 35%. Qualified open space substantially exceeds the standard of 10%, with over 24% of the total site. Open vision fencing has been added along the notice feeder per the request of the Black Canyon Irrigation District. The flexibility that we request with the PUD provides us with what we need in order to meet the neighborhood 3 density standards. So after we went to P&Z, we went back to the drawing board. We listened to the neighbors, we listened to the P&Z Commission, and we listened to staff. So we went, again, I would like to note that the R2 is the lowest zoning designation that's allowed in this land use category. The density was reduced, the parking was increased, the building height measured per Caldwell Code at the time of submittal was 25 feet at mid-roof. We're at 22.5 feet currently. My understanding is the new code would allow up to 4 stories or maybe even 40 feet. The site design complies with neighborhood 3 designation while being mindful of the concerns expressed at the P&Z hearing. In closing, I would just like to add that this is a good development. It adds to the housing type that's available in the area of Caldwell, and it helps balance the dominance of single-family, traditional detached housing, and implements good transportation planning, as well as provide housing density to promote and support transit services now and in the future. The site design reflects smart growth principles. The team has worked to stay compliant with the requirements of Neighborhood 3 while mitigating concerns expressed about the original development plan. The team respectfully requests your approval of the Springhouse Towns annexation, R2 zone, the PUD, which allows us flexibility, and the preliminary plat. I thank you for your time and attention. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'd love to dialogue with you about anything that you have concerns about or would like to know more about.
Good. Thank you so much, Penelope. Any questions from council? Okay, I do not see any at this time. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will continue on with our testimony. So we do, is it Penelope was the only one signed up in favor. There's nobody signed up in neutral, so we will move to those that have signed up in opposition. So again, when you come forward, if you just state your name so we can have that for the record, for the notes, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony. And so again, please do note that the time will be on this clock here as well as the one that's directly behind you when you're speaking. If you could please to make sure that keep your time, your testimony within that time frame would be appreciated. So we begin with Jean. So again, Jean, if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Mine will be less than a minute. Jean Kreitbring, supposedly the city of Caldwell embraces their volunteer corps and commissions or boards. Planning and zoning recommended denial of this particular development. It doesn't fit with the neighborhood. I know for a fact that one P&Z member reads through the packets a minimum of 3 times to make sure he knows and understands what is coming before their board. If they are that informed and do their research, I would hope you would honor their information, opinion, and expertise. We don't need to cram another 50 townhomes on less than 9 acres. That's basically 5 townhomes per acre. Tight quarters. I'm opposed to approval. And look at that, less than a minute.
Thank you, Jean. Appreciate that. So please refrain from the clapping, but we do appreciate that. So yes, please, if you can be concise, it's very much appreciated. George Bergen had signed up to speak. And again, if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Sure. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is George Bergen, and I'll be one of the neighbors adjacent to the proposed development. I live in Oakland Acres on Jericho Court. I'm registering myself as opposed to the makeup of this development, not that a development could not be possible on this site, just the way that it is currently designed. Several things stand out for me. The height and length of proposed townhomes are not commensurate with the adjacent properties, which are single-story, separate, single-family dwellings. Even though this area of Caldwell is or will be R2 medium density, doesn't mean that every new dwelling built must be medium density. Saying that you're supposed to do this is tantamount to telling the board here that you will do what we ask you to do because we want to. In surrounding developments, as which there are many, there are no townhomes amongst them that are in the middle of homes similar detached design. These townhomes will be a detractor from the area continuity, much like the townhomes at the corner of Ustick and 10 Mile, those barracks that are over there, don't really fit into the other homes in the nearby area. The proposal states that these will be built for the missing middle, which is particularly the new police, firefighters, and EMT. Well, this might be true if the missing middle wants to rent townhomes but not purchase them, which may be a pipe dream for them. I'm sure you're well aware of these numbers, but some of you here may not know the beginning firefighters, police, and teachers earn something like this. Starting firefighter is $53,480, which means he might actually qualify for a $200,000 mortgage. Police start at about $46,000. Teachers at $44,000. Median home cost in Caldwell is $390,000. Although the presentation does not specifically tell us how much each dwelling will be sold for, I surmise that there'll be far more than $200,000. Currently in Caldwell, depending on which website you believe, honestly, there are over 500 homes for sale. Does Caldwell really need townhomes with this many choices? If this project is considered for approval, I submit that it be replatted such that the larger townhomes be placed in the middle of the acreage with access roads along the property lines with the homeowners on Jericho Court to afford them some privacy, which was expected when they bought the homes originally. Additionally, the fence be made of a more durable material, such as stone or textured colored brick, to ease the transition between the new properties and the homes on Jericho Court. The city prides itself as being a community. Having facilities that will allow those in the community to gather is also important. There are or will be several hundred homes in this area of Caldwell with no recreational parks for gathering. Perhaps this area could be considered for something like that. One last thing, for those of you here at the City Council, Mayor and council members, this is one more development that won't even come to your mind in a year. This development is something that the rest of us will have to look for the remaining of our years in Caldwell. I respectfully submit in opposition to the proposed development as is currently proposed.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Tamara, you had signed up in opposition but not to speak, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and then also, looks like Barbara and Rich Lawson also not to speak. Correct? Okay, very good. Angie Bassett indicated you did want to provide testimony. So again, if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
My name's Angie Bassett. My address is 11998 Jerry Lee Lane. Mayor and council members, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning change and ultimately to the planned housing development in our neighborhood. I believe that this project, Springhouse Towns, will have a detrimental impact on our community. There are many reasons that I'm in opposition to this development. However, today, I would like to address the traffic issue. As we look at plat maps, we get a small picture of the area that they represent. It is easy to lose sight of what is going on in the surrounding area. Across Midway from the proposed Springhouse Towns, there are 2 approved subdivisions being developed. Wagers Acres is the subdivision that is approved by the City of Caldwell, and Wagers Dairy subdivision has been approved by the City of Nampa. That's a field that is split with different, by the city lines. Combined, they will have 174 single-family detached homes. Together, the subdivisions will have 8 access points, 2 of which will be onto Midway. One access point will connect to Meeker and then to Midway. The second Midway Road access point will be located directly across from the proposed Springhouse Towns. In addition, the traffic impact study completed by NV5 for Wagers Acres dated March 2021 determined that the intersection at Caldwell Boulevard and Homedale Road and the intersection at Homedale Road and North Midway Road do not meet minimum requirements. The traffic study recommends for signal optimization at the Cleveland-Homedale Road intersection, and that a single-lane roundabout be installed at Homedale Road and North Midway Road. The Caldwell Traffic Impact Study reflects that as well. As Commissioner Boustro stated in the Planning and Zoning meeting on May 14th, 2025, quote, "The traffic impact study recommends improvements on Midway, Cleveland, and Homedale, but Midway will not be improved in the capital improvement plan until the mid-2030s at best. That's 10 years away. The TIS states Midway and Cleveland intersections will be at level of service F by 2027 during rush hour, and no improvement in the city improvement plan for that intersection. So it's a problem that's coming, and there's no planned fix for it because, as everyone recognizes, the city has limited money to do road repairs or road improvements, and the Homedale and Midway intersection has similar prognosis," end quote. I propose that before any more development get approved, that we'll have an access point onto Midway Road, that the traffic study recommendations be completed. Midway is a narrow 2-lane road that has no shoulder. It cannot handle more traffic. One of our neighbors recently sat at the Midway-Homedale intersection and saw 98 cars in 10 minutes during the morning commute. In conclusion, I strongly urge you to deny the proposed zoning change and housing development. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good. Thank you, Angie.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can we get an update on those intersections you mentioned, just to see where they're at currently or not at?
Yeah. Do you have that now, or do you want to do?
Councilmember Mayor, I do have our CIP pulled up. So currently, the Midway Homedale intersection is shown in our CIP to be constructed as a single-lane roundabout in 2025 to 2030, somewhere in that time frame. We currently don't have it budgeted for next fiscal year. However, as the development comes and we receive more impact fees, we'll be able to do more of these projects that are in our CIP. The citizen was correct. The project along the Midway corridor is shown in our CIP sometime between 2036 and 2041 to add a turn lane. As development comes along Midway, we'll begin to receive the right-of-way to improve Midway from the boulevard to just south of Highway 55. Along Cleveland, we do not have any intersection along Cleveland in this area as part of our CIP. Sorry, I was just looking at the map again. We do not have any intersection along Cleveland Boulevard in our CIP at this time.
Just to follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
So you agree that the traffic study said those things need to be accomplished, or is that how you read the traffic study?
Thank you, Councilman Doty. Yes, the traffic study did contemplate that there are some deficiencies in the area. Specifically, the study did look at the Homedale Midway intersection, but it looks at these intersections currently showing deficiency. I did not see the deficiency of an F. Let me pull that up. The only location showing an F deficiency is at the Midway Cleveland Boulevard location with the with this development.
And I think it still stands. When I was in school, F doesn't sound very good.
That is
Is
correct.
that still the same?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, so a number of people also indicated not to testify. I just want to make sure Vicky and Steve Sesma, and then also Tammy Fisher. Is that correct? Do you want to speak? Okay, yes, so if you'll just state your name when you come forward, when you get to the microphone, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And you are Steve, is that correct?
I am.
Okay.
My name is Steve Sesma. I want to thank you for your time. I just basically want to reiterate what the last young lady said. In that Midway's a really busy street. We've got the bus depot down the street that gets quite busy in the morning and in the afternoon as they're picking up kids. And as the representative from the builder was saying, that this development stands basically against the dominance of these single-family homes. And she's absolutely right. If you go down Midway, they're all single-family homes. We don't have any high-rises or apartments, except for those that are by the main corridors, which in your comprehensive study, I understand how that works. But with the 174 homes that are being built right across the street, this is going to add even more traffic to Midway. And they're all single-family homes. And I can appreciate the previous development they were talking about and the compatibility. These don't match anything that's going on in the existing developments. These are very contemporary, very tall, and I'm sure that there'll be some other people that'll speak to that. But I'm against it. It adds too much traffic. I'm glad to see that they at least try to improve the parking situation, because there is no parking in front of the development. It's just a gravel shoulder. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Terry Leinbergen, I believe. So if you could state your name for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
My name's Terry Leinberger. I live on Moss Lane, just off of Midway. And for a number of reasons, I oppose this project, but I just want to address one, and that is the Valley View School District. Valley View School District is a huge district. It's 144 square miles, and there are a number of subdivisions in the area that have already been approved, actively being built, or ready to build in the near future, which accounts for some over 2,500 homes within a 2-mile radius or so. 8 of the 9, as Valley View District indicated, 8 of the 9 elementary schools will be at capacity in the next 4 years. And several occasions, they have urged City Council and to really take a close look at the amount of growth that we have based on that number. December of 2024, there was an article in the Idaho Press Tribune. It said, and Joey Palmer, the Valley View Assistant Superintendent, said that Nampa Caldwell had approved or planned to build 11,000 homes over the next 5 years. That's a huge amount. How many kids are going to be involved in that and come into our schools? How many schools are going to need to be built to support that? How are we going to pay for them? Constant levies, you know, they're very difficult to, as you well know, they're hard to get passed. The impact fees, they're not enough to support a school district and the proper classrooms. And just the previous project that the Honorable Mayor and the Council just approved, the Enclave project, there was a letter in that packet that they graciously donated $76,000 to the Valley View School District. What's $76,000 going to do? Hardly anything. That would barely pay for one teacher and the benefits, if that. A portable classroom, what's the cost of that? $250,000 according to the superintendent of the Valley View School District. The impact on the Valley View School District can't be overlooked. Classroom overcrowding, quality of education, the necessary individual instruction that may be necessary for some of the kids that are struggling in certain subjects, very important. These kids are the future of our city, of our state, and of our nation. And in the future, some of them are going to probably be sitting in your seats. And so I think it's absolutely important that we give the school district as much support as we can and to slow down growth as much as possible. But yet, growth is inevitable, but it has to be at a reasonable rate. Right now, I believe the city of Caldwell and the Valley View School District are kind of like the proverbial frog in a pot of hot water. We're at about 210 degrees, right near boiling, and it's going to explode. You know,
Go ahead and just finish your last sentence.
One last thought. If you build it, they will come. We're not a field of dreams. And sometimes I think we're looking at a field of nightmares with the excessive growth and the impact that it's having on our school system. So I strongly urge that you deny this project, just as planning and zoning indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Ardell Davenport. And if you could state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
My name is Ardell Davenport. My husband, Rich, and I live in the adjacent London Park subdivision, and we oppose the building of the Spring House Towns. The claim that these townhouses, the builder had claimed that these townhouses will be individually owned is really questionable. According to the developer's own website, the Triple Dot Development has their Cougar Crossing development located off of KCID Road in Caldwell. And right on their website, they're being marketed as 88-unit townhouses for rent. It's likely due to the size of the Springhouse Towns that the same thing will happen, that these two will become rentals and negatively affect properties in the surrounding communities. They will be essentially multi-family development, which is not a good fit for this area. And anybody who's been in real estate business knows that introducing rental townhomes or apartments will bring property values down. We're really not being critical of those people who need those homes and they can't afford to own their home. But it's well known that property owners versus renters have a more of an investment in keeping their home up, and rentals do negatively affect property values. According to one of the area realtors, told us that once these townhomes are built, that we could experience a drop in property value in our homes to the tune of $50,000 to $100,000. Cramming 50 homes in this area will also cause a parking issue, which has been brought up before. And most of people who go for these types of homes are going to have probably, even though they're small homes, they're going to have 2 to 4 vehicles. And that's going to cause a parking shortage, which the surrounding neighborhoods like ours will likely share the burden. If you look at any of the newer homes that have new communities around us, they don't use their garages for their vehicles. They park on the street or on their driveways. Postal Service has not kept up with the growth in Caldwell. Many of us have had problems with mail delivery service over the past 5 years. We haven't had a permanent carrier assigned to our subdivision until recently, and then she was taken out due to an accident that totaled her car while she was delivering mail. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the Caldwell Post Office, and the postal clerk told a woman who had been coming to pick up her mail for the last 3 months that they still did not have keys for her cluster box, and it may take several weeks longer. And due to the increased volume there of all these homes being built, they can't keep up with providing those services. And so in addition to the above-mentioned issues, less homes with a larger footprint and a single level would be a better fit for the area and would match the area. Single homes would protect the privacy of the surrounding homes, especially on Jericho Court, and less homes would also be better for considering the parking, traffic, and traffic accident issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Rick Davenport, you'd indicated, did you want to testify as well? No, okay. She covered it for you, so. Smart man. So Karen, I believe Kruger? And if you could just state your name for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Karen Kruger. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I live with my husband at 16890 Jericho Court in Caldwell. We are in complete opposition of the development of Springhouse Town subdivision, annexation, and PUD construction by Triple Dot Development, Bill number 34. The revised plat for the north end changed to 2 units, 6 and 5, both around 200 feet long. They are front-loading doors. The back side of the units will face our backyard. This is a single door reduction and no changes in the height. To be clear, the development includes 11 buildings on the north end, each with a mid-roof point of 22.5 feet to 23.5 feet, and a high point of 28 feet to 30-plus feet. They will be located just 15 feet from our property, 35 feet. These buildings are huge. They dwarf a 6-foot fence, a courtesy 6-foot fence, and will tower over our home and leave us with no privacy. While I understand people have the right to develop and build, but please not to the extent that it negatively affects the existing neighborhoods. These buildings are massive in height and not compatible with surrounding area neighborhoods. They're dark in color and will not blend into the area of single detached family homes. All of the current developments and upcoming new developments by CBH are single detached homes. Again, they talked about the east, west, north, south. Those are all single family homes. And the upcoming, so it's not, is it possible to build single detached homes for sale in this area? Or no? Not these monstrosities that are to be leased. They're not to be sold. They are to be rented. After a decade of cherishing our custom-built sanctuary, the impending disruption from this build has put chronic stress on us. We invested not just money, but our dreams into this home, seeking solace in a community that values tranquility. Caldwell. The thought of noise and upheaval invading our cherished life on Jericho Court is disheartening, threatening the harmony we all love. Build your high-density developments like Springhouse Town subs, but limit them to areas like Caldwell Boulevard, Karcher Road, Highway 2026, or build near a shopping mall, grocery stores for a younger age group of people. We urge the City Council to reconsider the impact of high-density developments because they may have shrunk the size, but they are going up, and nothing is as high as what these are in this area. For a younger group of people, it would be perfect. We urge the City Council to reconsider the impact of high-density developments in areas that are better suited for single detached family homes, and vote no to this development at 16767 Midway. Thank you so much for your time.
Good, thank you. Appreciate you being here. And Fred, did you wish to speak? Very good. If you could just state your name for the record, then you'll have 3 minutes as well.
Remember, it's Fred Krueger, seeing your nightmares. Anyways, I reside at 16890 Jericho Court in Caldwell, and I'm here to express my concerns about the proposed development at 16767 Midway Road, which borders my property. According to the proposal, the development includes 11 buildings, each with a mid-roof point of 22, excuse me, 22.5 feet to 23.5 feet. One is located just 15 feet from my property line. It's important to consider how the city defines building height. The city measures height from the midpoint of a pitched roof, meaning the actual peak of the roof will be several feet taller. In practical terms, this means these structures will appear significantly taller than stated. This will have a direct impact on my property. The mid-roof height that is being proposed, which is so close to my property line, will block sunlight, compromise my privacy, and introduces massing that is completely out of scale with the surrounding single-story homes. It will obstruct our scenic views, which is also a major concern. These proposed buildings will dominate sight lines that have long been open and unobstructed. One of these buildings runs 3/4 the distance of my property and extends 45 feet into my neighbor's property, amplifying the visual and spatial impact. This also raises concerns about the sense of overcrowding and loss of openness in our neighborhood. This sense of overcrowding undermines the character and livability of the area, making it feel more congested and less residential in nature. Additionally, the fire risk associated with such tightly spaced multi-story townhomes cannot be ignored. The closer proximity, combined with the increased height, makes firefighting more difficult and the potential for fire spread greater. I ask the council to carefully reconsider the approval of this proposal in its current form. I recommend requiring greater setbacks and reduced roof heights to better integrate the development of the existing low-density homes. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Perfect timing. Al Fisher had indicated to not speak, but in opposition.
Not speaking.
Okay. And then, very good. And then also Teresa and Mark Dougal had indicated to not speak. Is that correct, or? Okay.
My wife says, of course I
Okay, if you can state your name for the record, then you'll have
Mark
3
Dougal,
minutes.
and I'm opposed, and I live at 5207 East Homedale Road. And I'm just here to take a little, I've lived here all my life, so I'm 100. I know the farmers around here. Which farmer is going to go into farming when it's $5,500 an acre? Give me a break. They can't afford to farm it. Even if their dad owns it, they can't pass it down. So I know this. I deal with the farmers. So they can't farm it, so we're saving something for somebody who can't even buy into the program. You know, I love that we have a multifamily attitude because we want to save the ground, but then how do we save the farmer? We're not getting there, guys, gals. You know, we're trying to annex this property in. This is going to be an annex. How many annexes have we annexed, but we still haven't even built on? We got a bunch of those sitting out there, even since 2024, or even 2000. There's a lot of annexed property here, and we're going to annex a bunch more to do what? Add more problems for our good mayor? I don't know if he needs more. I think he's got enough. Single-family detached homes are all that's in the area. You've already heard that. CBH Home is building on the southwest corner or southeast corner 107 more homes, and then they'll add to that the second phase. Right there, right across the street from where this is being proposed. All single-family homes. No, they're a big builder, and they don't even have an idea about a multifamily attitude over here. The back wall on these apartments is over 150 feet. Now, in my day, that's called a barn. 150-foot barn. You can put people in it, you can call it a worker's home, you can do anything you want, but guess what? A landlord's going to own that thing, and then he's going to charge a rental price. So the landlord owns it for less, and he's going to charge the worker less? That's not the math I know. They usually get charged more for that same apartment that they could have gone out and bought as a home. Build them at $235. We used to do that a lot around here. You know, we've lived at our current address for over a year. There's been 3 major wrecks on that intersection right there. They used to take the water box out every week with a wreck on that intersection before they put the stop signs in. Now they put stop signs so they slow down to, we had a guy go through the fence the other day on a rainy day, and he was gassing it and going sideways, and he went through the fence. And he only went from the stop sign over. I was the one who counted the cars, so I went to Caldwell. I hope my math is good. I got 98 cars in 10 minutes. And between 4:30 in the morning and 9 o'clock, there's a lot of cars because I have a window that I open every morning, and the trucks and the cars, the motorcycles go right in front of the house. So I know, you know, that we've got a lot going on there. To ingress, egress out of that one
So go ahead and
subdivision,
wrap up your last sentence.
I will. Ingress, egress out of that subdivision. You can turn right all day long, but try turning left. It's not going to work.
Okay,
So
very good.
I'm opposed to this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Ben Keys. Ben, again, if you could just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ben Keyes. I live at 16885 Jericho Court. I've lived in this house since it was built in 1999. 25 years ago, this property was zoned R1 with Canyon County. My wife, Connie, and I have 515 linear feet, almost 2 acres, that border the extreme north edge of this proposed development. I'm extremely opposed to the size and stature of the proposed development. The attached long, massive townhouses, almost 200 feet in length and well over 28 feet tall, sitting just 15 feet from my fence, which is the minimum code setback. These 2 towering monsters are something no property owners should have to look at, right next to our property. In addition to the unconventional length, the towering height is not consistent with Caldwell City Code. The newest plat filed with City Council dated June 11, 2025 now says mid-roof is 23 feet. However, the overall structure plans are still at 28 to 29 feet. Not sure what the mid-roof concept is, but to me, 25 feet is 25 feet. Introducing a large-scale housing development like this near our properties is inconsistent to our area. We are a family detached home area that is predominantly single-story family homes. This type of housing is simply not keeping with the look of our neighborhood that we have all worked so hard on. Many of us have been there for 20 to 25 years. We have custom homes and beautifully landscaped yards. Your Caldwell Comp Plan states efforts should be made in order to avoid abrupt changes in height and building size. It also states transitions into neighborhood 3 should be gradual. This massive development is not a gradual transition. The developer says they will build us a complimentary 6-foot privacy fence. That's nothing. There are still 22 more feet that tower well above the fence for us to see and hear daily. Bring us single-family detached homes that can beautify the piece of ground. Bring us a park. Bring us something that isn't 20 200 feet long and 28 feet tall. Bringing these massive buildings will negatively impact the area in many ways, as others have mentioned, schools, roads, traffic, and more. This whole development process has consumed our lives for the last 7 months. We are talking about changes that we have to live with for the next 20 years. Working at the Canyon County Sheriff's Office, I served the entire community for 38 years. I kept the streets of Canyon County and Caldwell safe. When I retired 5 years ago, I believed that I would live in my own little corner of the world with peace, solitude, and a quiet retirement for the rest of my life. Now, not so much if this project is approved. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good. Thank you for being here. And Connie? Good. And if you could state your name for the record as well, then you have 3 minutes.
All right, good evening. My name is Connie Kais. I live at 16885 Jericho Court with my husband, Ben. And again, we've lived there since 1999. We own almost 2 acres, and as he stated, we have 515 linear feet of property line right at the north border of this proposed development. When we purchased the house in 99, we had a great view of the Owyhee Mountains. Like many others tonight, I am in opposition to the proposed development. First and foremost, it's incompatible with the surrounding area. According to the newly adopted Caldwell Comp Plan, this parcel could be annexed and designated as Neighborhood 3, which states this should border areas of more intense commercial uses. Neighborhood 3 really should normally be reserved for properties along the boulevard, I-84 and Highway 2026, not for properties on a minor arterial in residential areas where well over a mile from any commercial uses. Although you may still designate this as Neighborhood 3, many of the features of this development do not follow the Neighborhood 3 guidelines. First of all, it talks about transitions into Neighborhood 3 should be gradual. Gradual increases in height and efforts to blend building scales should be made in order to avoid abrupt changes in height and building size. These 9 buildings are attached units. There's 2 that are almost 200 feet long and nearly 29 feet tall along the northern edge of the development. That's right, I get both of them on my property line. Single-family detached homes, which are consistent in the entire area, would be dwarfed and overshadowed by these tall, ugly, contemporary units. They don't match construction type for miles. They're almost a multi-family look. Second, the plat does still not follow Caldwell City Code. As far as lot size, although the revised plat has larger lot sizes, it's still well less than 50% of your zoning criteria in the front-loaded townhomes and almost 30% less on the rear-loaded ones as well. Again, we talk about the height. The height of these massive structures is still well over code. These 29 feet tall buildings are just too tall. And again, your requirements of zoning state if a new structure is being built immediately adjacent to single-family dwellings, the maximum height shall be 25 feet. Third, the applicant speaks of a regional pathway system. There really is no regional pathway now or in the works. And finally, this infill needs to be compatible to designs in existing neighborhoods. Per your Caldwell Ordinance 3671, dated April 21st, 2025, it states developments that are created in infill need to be compatible to designs in existing neighborhoods. Again, how are these massive structures compatible to our neighborhoods? This property doesn't even qualify as infill, as one requirement states that city services are, quote, available at the time of application. And in January, it was just not true. Again, we understand that this bare ground will be developed someday. I get that. Bring us single-family detached homes with landscaped yards and fencing, not these massive 200 feet structures that don't fit the charm and aesthetics of our community.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Okay, that is all that is signed up to speak on this matter. So Penelope, you'll be allowed to come and have your final statement, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if you could, again, just state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Penelope Constantakis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. 3 minutes is not much time to answer 15 people. I'll give it my best effort. First of all, the developer didn't select this areas, and Neighborhood 3. That was a decision that the city made. And so when we see these things on your maps, we take those as signals that that's what the city is looking for. So we brought to the city what the city indicated they wanted at this location. Single-family residential dwellings generate twice as many vehicle trips as townhomes, and this is based on your very own impact fee schedule. Single-family is 0.46 trips in the PM peak hour. Townhouses generate 0.26 trips in the PM peak hour. The city of Caldwell does use the PM peak hour as their guide for determining trip generation and traffic issues. Mr. and Mrs. Kruger, the closest point of their home is 52.3 feet from the nearest residence that would be located on this site. I have photographs here. These are taken directly from the assessor's website. The Keys residence is even luckier. They have 65.8 feet of separation between their patio and the nearest residence that will be across the property line. And then the third image that's available shows that because they aligned the houses at an angle, their view shed is not bad at all compared to what it could be. The green area shows what their view shed remains. The orange is more of what would be impacted by the townhomes.
So just would ask please to show respect for the speaker. So if you could refrain from your comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyhow, there have been 28 accidents based on the traffic impact study that was prepared, the data that they go to get. So there were basically 7 accidents at the intersection of Midway and Homedale in the last 4 years. 11 of those involved injury. When I divide that by 4, there was 0.23 accidents with injuries per month in the last 4 years. So I'm not sure, unless you handle traffic regularly like I do, doing individual assessments, it doesn't make a lot of sense. What the trip generation rate is over a 24-hour period is different than the metric that the city of Caldwell uses. And in terms of continuity, again, I think the point is to have something in this part of the city of Caldwell besides single-family detached large lot residences. There are people that would like to live in that area. They work in that area. Their children want to go to the parks in that area, but there's nowhere for them to go because they don't want a big yard. They don't have the finances to handle a big yard. Again, 13 vehicle trips in the PM peak hour is what this development with 50 lots will generate.
So go ahead and just wrap up.
With regard to the school capacity, I might remind you that the city of Nampa just closed 3 schools because they have insufficient student body. So I think that that's a train that's coming. People just aren't having babies like they used to. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hold on one second. Let's see if we have any questions. Is there any questions from council?
Well, I just have a statement.
Yes, see.
This is in Valley View Schools, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So the Nampa schools really wouldn't have any effect on this, right? Like,
no.
Yeah.
I guess.
Because I just had a meeting with Mr. Palmer not too long ago, and one of the things that he brought up to kind of piggyback on what they were talking about with the school district is that as they, with the growth, and if they have to bond again for more schools because they're almost full, or they will be in 2029 or 2032, somewhere in there. They also have a supplemental levy that they go through to assist with teacher salaries, and if they have to keep bonding for schools and burning out the taxpayer, they're getting a little bit worried about that supplemental levy not passing, and then you can't, keep all the teachers. So I think the schools are a big part of it, and I don't know what Nampa schools have to do with this, or why it matters if their enrollment's going down.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, may I answer?
Yes.
Thank you. The bond that was floated recently for Valley View would have represented about $11 a month and increased property taxes, which is a Subway sandwich.
Okay, so what does it have to do with the Nampa school
I
enrollment?
guess the point is the demographics are changing. People are not having as many children. So The fact that Nampa closed schools doesn't have a direct impact on Caldwell, but I think it's indicative of what's happening generally in the population. I would also like to add that the school districts were invited to join the impact fee movement when ACHD got their impact fees through Idaho statute. The school districts in the state of Idaho declined to participate in that. And the reason for that is, my understanding is they could no longer float bonds if they had impact fees. So I think that the school district, as difficult as it is, I come from a long line of school teachers. They're the architect of their own problem to some extent.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so with that, that's everybody to speak. So I'd stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second. So there's a motion from Councillor Doty and a second from Councillor Stoddard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. So with that, this turns it over to the council for your discussion, for any motions, and also any questions of staff. And prior to that, Haley has something to say, it looks like.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you, council members. The Public Works Director noted that I misspoke, and so I just wanted to correct the record very quickly. As I was looking on our OpenGov, there was a glitch, and so I wasn't seeing all of our proposed budget items, but I wanted to correct that we are proposing the Homedale corridor, Montana, Midway, and Lake intersections to design a roundabout next fiscal year. So I wanted to just correct the record. We are looking at the Homedale Midway roundabout design next year.
And with that, and again, it's obviously dependent on budgets and things like that, would most likely then the year after that, so FY '27 be for construction of that roundabout? Is that the plan?
That would be the anticipation. We might need a little bit more time to acquire right-of-way, but I would expect that this location we could continue in 2027 for construction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that information and clarification. Appreciate it. Councillor Doty.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. My biggest concern on this one, not the only concern, but the biggest one, is the traffic. I mean, we have an F rating. I'm not sure which intersection had the F rating there, from 2021. So that's the biggest concern. I would say about the schools, I know that we're concerned with the schools, and we often are on different pages up here about the schools. I agree that it is a state issue. The school will not let us collect impact fees, or excuse me, the state will not let us collect impact fees for schools. So that aside, though, my biggest concern here is the traffic impact study from 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion, questions from council? Motions? Councilor Register.
I'm ready to make a motion to deny case ANN 25002, PUD 25002, SPP 25003.
Okay, so that is a motion for denial of the request. Again, for that, this is for public hearing number 4, action item number 4, case annexation 25-2, PUD 25-2, and SPP 25-3. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stoddard for denial of the request. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Dentberg, did you have discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a discussion. There are some things that don't feel right about this project to me, and but because we are people who like to follow the law, and we think that in most cases, complies a lot with the law, I think it would be in the best interest of council to give clear reasons why the project is not being considered. If that is the case, it is not being considered. From my standpoint, I believe I believe some of the criticism about the conformity and the high density in an otherwise residential area, so that would be my stance if asked to vote now.
Very good. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Any other discussion on that?
I don't mind answering again. It's because of the traffic impact study and the F rating at one of our intersections.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion? Okay, so with that, again, this motion is for denial. So when you vote, your green button means that you're voting in favor of the motion to deny. So a yes means no, more or less. So on that, okay. So with that, the voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that motion does pass unanimously to deny the request. We would ask please to refrain, we appreciate that. And so with that, however, so we do need to state, if I'm not mistaken, our good city attorney, in any denial, what the applicant could do to come back to receive approval of that request, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Mayor, yes, but we can put that in the written.
Okay.
In the written.
So, very good, okay, appreciate that. Okay, so with that, extend for a motion to close this public hearing item. In a second. So that's a motion from Councilor Stodic, a second from Councilor Doty. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And that motion passes.
Mr. Mayor?
So,
Sorry, this is Joe.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, just for clarity on the denial findings, we have some standard denial language in our findings, but if there's something specific, we can't read your minds. So if you have something specific that needs to be written beyond, I guess, traffic impact, compatibility, is there anything else? Just, we want to make sure we get that record clean and clear.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I heard. I know traffic, compatibility.
I just don't want to wait
On that.
and say that we'll add it later and then not know what it was.
Yep, so I think that would cover it. Is there anything else, Mr.? I think that was.
Mr. Mayor, I think probably to Joe's comment, we probably need to go on the record right now and state our objections, if we have objections, rather than doing it in a different form. So my objection was stated publicly.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Haven't changed.
So, very good. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Action item number 5 is a moot point at this time, since the annexation was not approved. So we're going to go ahead and take another 5-minute break, and then we'll get ready for the next public hearing item for annexation.
They didn't, but the mayor must have known Brad needs a break every now and then.
Okay, we are back, so getting close. So our next item is another quasi-judicial public hearing. So this is for Annexation 25-6 to annex the Farmway Village, Caldwell Housing Authority property out just on the north end of town. So with that, Katie, it is all you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the right to the plan of before each night's Farmway Village annexation and 2506. This was heard before the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 11th, and it was recommended for approval. The project location is 78.92 acre site located in the southeast corner of Highway 44 and Farmway Road. This site has frontage along Highway 44 and Farmway. The project site is currently surrounded by a majority of undeveloped land with some industrial to the south and residential about half a mile to the east. There are no approved developments within a 1 mile radius of the subject site, yet the parcels to the south were recently annexed into the city with the M1 zone. The applications before you are for an annexation of 80.16 acres of land into the Caldwell city limits as shown in red. Farmway Village was built in 1939 under the New Deal and was transferred to the Caldwell Housing Authority in 1957. The uses on the site as well as the proposed uses in the master plan were approved through a conditional use permit through Canyon County. There are currently 248 units or 62 fourplexes with 12 facility buildings to support the residents. Tonight's request consists of the applicant's proposal for annexation with the R2 zone. Staff finds the R2 zone is compatible with the surrounding area as the proposal for the R2 community residential zone is to provide areas by zoning procedures in accordance with the comprehensive plan that accommodate a larger variety of lot sizes and housing types. This includes single-family residential, including accessory dwelling units, and missing middle housing types such as townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, cottage courts, small-scale multifamily, and mansion house apartments. Supporting or secondary land uses may include small-scale mixed-use or live-work housing types and commercial activities and services that are generally found at major intersections or arterial and collector roadways. The proposed development is surrounded by agricultural zone within Canyon County to the northeast and west with general industrial and general commercial to the south. There is a wide canal to the south of the property that would provide a buffer against the property zoned as general industrial. The existing and proposed development is consistent with the intent of the comprehensive plan, neighborhood 2 place type, and the proposed densities are compliant with the comprehensive plan. Majority of the site's already developed. There are several supporting uses that are existing on the property that would not typically be permitted within the R2 zone. These uses include laundry service, a museum, office spaces, a store, a school daycare, along with several other amenities such as skate park, playfields, and play structures. Due to the specific nature of this development and the history of the site, staff finds that these uses are compatible with the residential uses on the site. The future expansion of this development would remain within the existing parcels and would continue to provide additional support to the residents of Farmway Village. The applicant's requesting 220 RV parking stalls and an additional 72 dwelling units, along with various supporting uses through the development agreement. These uses shall be within compliance with the adopted master plan. The proposed development will have adequate site access and all utilities are available or will be available as outlined in the engineering staff report. There are 2 municipal service agreements for the site, signed in the first one in 2014 to connect to sewer, and in 2024 for the property to connect to city water, where it states that once the property becomes contiguous to city limits, CHA shall support annexation. Public agencies were notified and asked to provide comments. The only agencies that had comments were Caldwell School District, which was in support of the annexation. Department of Environmental Quality recommends to stay in compliance with future development, and Idaho Transportation Department wants to be aware of what will end up being developed at this location to provide future comments. And staff received no public comments. Once again, on June 11th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval for this application. And staff recommends that if the council approves the request, that such request is subject to the conditions as specified in the findings of facts, conclusions of law, and order of decision. And I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 people that signed up in favor. Alex Nutman, Rosario Soto, and Pat Colwell. all indicated to not speak. However, we do need at least one of you, so who drew the short straw? Very good. Okay, so you can just state your name, and then you'll have up to 10 minutes for your presentation.
Hi, hello, my name is Rosario Soto. Our business, our location is 22730 Farmway Road, Caldwell, Idaho. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you very much for taking time to listen to our request for annexation of the Caldwell Housing Authority out at Farmway Village. A little bit of history about the Farmway Village is it was built in 1939. It opened to the public in 1940. Home for Depression era agricultural workers, and also housed Japanese Americans after Midioka closed down. We estimate that there's been about 15,000 families that call the Farmway Village home. They have lived there. I being one of them, I grew up at Farmway Village. The Caldwell Housing Authority was established in 1946. In 1946, we were on the corner of Indiana and Cleveland, if I am correct, where Imelas is at. That used to be part of the Caldwell Housing Authority. We assumed management of Farmway Village in 1952. Purchased Farmway Village in 1957. The first renovations happened in 1970. The second wave of renovations happened in 1992, and I was able to move into a brand new unit when those were renovated. And we connected to city services for the sewer in 2015 and to city water in 2024. If you look here to the northeast, you'll see as expansion happening, you see the I-84 being built on this aerial shot from 1955. You'll also see the gun club, and you'll see a racetrack. I don't know anything about the racetrack, but I wish I did. Local Land Use Planning Act of 1975 authorized Idaho cities to engage in land use planning, including the approval of planned units and development. Farmway Village was a planned unit developed and built in 1939, which was 36 years before Idaho passed the LLUP Act. A little bit about CHA, or Farmway Village. We have 80 acres. They already spoke about how many units we have out there. We have 248 units, which is 62 buildings. We have 11 commercial buildings, 37 undeveloped acres, and we have 3 miles of roadways. We have a Class 1 water and sewer system, and we have 200 acres foot per year of water rights. Across the complex, we have our master plan is calling for 72 additional units and 220 RV slips to be developed in the future. Our request is to be designated as property for neighborhood 2, which allows us to keep and expand when necessary for our housing inventory and services. Annexation is voluntary, but because the master plan anticipates additional buildings, CHA feels that it's time to be annexed. On here, if you look to the south and the southeast, you'll see we kind of have outlined where we want to have the 220 RV slips, and then throughout the rest of the complex is where we would have the additional 72 units. Back to us being connected to the city. The sewer line was completed in 2015, and the water line loop was done in 2024. In 2014, as stated before, we signed the municipal service agreement with the city for the water, for the sewer. And then in 2024, we signed an additional municipal agreement for the city water. As such, so in the agreement, as such time that the CHA property becomes continuous to the city limits, CHA shall support the annexation of the property and, sorry, I got lost. Property into the city limits to become part of the same and continue. Hold on. Let me regroup 1 sec. Into the city limits and become part of the same, and hereby agree not to raise any objections to said annexation. So this is us not raising any objections to being annexed into city limits. A little bit about our tenants. Out at Farmway Village, we have 54% of our tenants that work in agriculture, 16% in construction, 3% in office and clerical, 11% in restaurants or hospitalities, 5% have some sort of other income, 2% work with healthcare, and 9% have a retirement income. Altogether, that totals 13 million. Our biggest ones are from agriculture, which we have about 7.6 million. Second is our construction workers, and they have about 2.5 million. And our third is our restaurant and hospitality business, which is at 1.3 million as far as income that is generated from our tenants or that our tenants have earned. Our length of stay for our tenants that are at CHA is 26%, usually stays under a year, 39% from 1 to 3 years, 10% 3 to 6 years, and 5% 6 to 9, 9% 9 to 12 years, and then 11% 12 years or more. I would have fell under that category when we lived there. I think one of the greatest things about Farmway Village or CHA is how we stratify our rents. I think that the community really needs multi-housing. I think we've seen it here, or we've heard it a lot with a lot of the objections for affordable housing. This is one of those where we don't take any form of government funds for how we operate. And I think that the way that we do business is great, that we are able to provide affordable housing to our tenants. If you look at this next one for the FMRs, we got 7% that are paying the full amount of FMRs, 18% that pay 80% of FMRs, 29% that pay 70%, 22% that pay 60%, 10% that pay 50%, and then 14% of the rates are for agriculture. We try to stay right around 65 to 70% of FMRs so that the average of our complexes are only paying around 75%, 65 to 75%, I'm sorry. And with that, I'll open up to any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions from the council? Councilor Williams.
Thank you. I just have one question from the packet, and I don't know if you're even prepared to answer it, so forgive me. I don't mean to catch you off guard. The fire department, of course, had to make a comment about the addresses being a challenge for them in responding to calls for service out there. I don't know why that would matter, because they have to respond for calls to service out there whether we annex this or not. but it is a concern, and I just wondered if there was any plan.
I think last week we started going through and numbering units already.
You did,
So that's
okay.
something that we're proactively doing that.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much.
Counselor Allgood.
Yeah, I just didn't want to let you get off too easy. I wanted to, but if I remember right, you guys are the largest houser of H-2A agricultural workers in the state, or pretty close? Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Most of our farm workers, a large portion of them are taken care of out there, and I think that's really, really important.
Any other questions? Counselor Doty?
Ready to make a motion?
Okay, so we need to close public
Let's
testimony
close
first.
I'll make that motion
So-
first.
Okay, very good. Because, yeah, there is nobody signed up in neutral opposition, so you're good. You can sit down. Yep. So we do have a motion from Counselor Doty. I think Counselor Stoddard, did you second that? To close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. So now we'll move into discussion, motions, questions of staff. Counselor Doty.
Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders that case number ANN 2506, the request for annexation to include the associated development agreement, is approved with the conditions as outlined within the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So it's a motion from Counselor Doty, a second from Counselor Stoddard for approval of the annexation request. Any discussion on that motion? Counselor Dintber?
First of all, that was the greatest presentation of the evening, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all the smiling faces that were here tonight. But some of the things that many of you city council members know, Mr. Mayor, you sat as the liaison to the Housing Authority Board. Councilor Allgood has sat as the liaison. Brad most recently. I've had conversations with Jeff and of course with Chuck over the years. So the Housing Authority does a great job in providing services to local priorities without the infusion of federal funds. And we take great pride in the fact that we do that. And so kudos to the staff that also make that happen. One of the things that I want to recognize, our engineers are here tonight. Thank you for being here for the long night without having a chance to say anything. But we just appreciate everyone's work and especially the staff's work. So I'm done.
Perfect, excellent, thank you so much. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, so with that, again, the motion is for approval, and with that, voting is open at this time. And all votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes with 5 in favor, and Councilor Dintber did abstain from that vote, but so it does pass unanimously with that one abstention. Okay, motion to close this public hearing item. Motion from Councilor Doty, second from Councilor Stoddard. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That motion passes. And that will move us into item number 7. Again, this is the housekeeping item for the bill and ordinance associated with that annexation. Do we have a sponsor of Bill 44, Ordinance 3696?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Doty.
Sponsor Bill number 44, Ordinance 3696, associated with ANN 25-06, request to move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
And a second? That's a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of Bill number 44, Ordinance 3696. With that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that passes the same as well with 5 in favor and Councilor Dintber abstaining from the vote. That'll move us into action item number 8. This is consider Bill 47, Ordinance 3699, pertaining to qualifications of licensee for beer, wine, and liquor by the drink amended. Oscar, all you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this bill is largely a housekeeping matter. Chapter 10 of the City Code was recently overhauled, and it included this change with the SUP language for permits for alcohol to serve within 300 feet of a school, house of worship, or college. So basically what this bill, number 47, seeks to reconcile the conflicting language in Chapter 6 on how those permits are issued by amending Chapter 6 language to match the new language in Chapter 10. I'd stand for any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So with that, this bill and ordinance is before council for your Discussion, motion, however you'd like to proceed.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Doty.
Could I just ask some clarifying questions? Did we have something come up that was an issue or just simply housekeeping?
Oscar?
Mayor, Councilman Doty,
Because we have some churches really close to the plaza, so.
It's simply housekeeping. The SUP language was included in Chapter 10. I think this is just changing the language in Chapter 6 to match that. The permits are granted through an SUP process that comes in front of the council, which wasn't there before. So it's largely how the city is going to grant the permits rather than the qualifications for the permits.
All right. Just don't want it to affect our downtown businesses that are currently operating that way, since we have some churches right on Main Street, so.
I'm sure there's a lot of churches that would object to that also, right?
All right.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, appreciate that. Do we have any motions?
My mic's on, Mr. Mayor, I'll go.
Okay, Councilor Doty.
I'll sponsor bill number 47, ordinance 3699, amending chapter 6, article 7, section 6713 of the City of Caldwell Code with a request to move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
That's a motion from Councilor Doty, a second from Councilor Stoddard for passage of Bill 47, Ordinance 3699. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. And that moves us into action item number 9, Resolution 242-25, accepting professional services agreement with Horrocks Engineers. Haley, looks like you're the one that gets to present on this.
Mayor, council members, the fire and the police department are looking to construct a public safety building. They already have purchased this building, I believe using the ARPA funds, and so this building is sitting and waiting to be constructed and installed at their new location. This contract that is before you tonight is for the design to be able to move forward with placing that building on their property. The property that they're looking at is in a FEMA floodplain, and so there is a little bit more design work that would typically be needed for something like this. We need to make sure that the location that they would like to place the building will have enough fill added to it so that we can keep the building above a certain elevation and then work with FEMA as we go through that process. This also includes some design of a water line so that it can be extended to their site. And with that, I believe that this project was not budgeted for this year. We spoke with Raylan briefly. It sounds like there is some funds that are available through the police department to move forward with the design. And then as we continue into next fiscal years, we will come back for the construction of this project. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Very good, thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Very good. So, Councilor Dittenberg, did you have a question or?
I do have a
motion?
question,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor
yep.
Haley, thank you. So this is just for the design of the building. We remember approving the building, but this is just for the professional services to design the facility.
Councilman Dittenberg, council members, let me provide a little bit more clarification. I probably misspoke. The building is already designed and it's already been prefabricated. This is for the design of the site where the building will be constructed and placed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, Ray Lynn's not gonna get off that easy. Where are we getting $115,000, Layla?
So after speaking with the police and fire department, because this is an unbudgeted item, however, as you are aware, we are under process of updating the CIP for both police and fire and the impact fees. Currently, police does have this, because it's also going to be not only a training building but some offices, does it have it under their CIP as an approved item? Fire does not, and so police will be paying for this portion of the design, but future costs will be split, hopefully once the CIP is done, between police and fire impact fees.
So will this be 100% impact fee?
That is correct. That is correct, yes, 100%, because that is on the CIP, that is how it is related on the growth is 100%. So.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. I don't see any other questions. So with that, this resolution is before council. For your discussion or motions, Councilor Dittenber.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 242-25, accepting the professional services agreement with Horrocks Engineers for the amount of $115,315 for the design of the public safety training facility.
Do we have a second? This is a motion from Councilor Dittenber and a second from Councilor Williams. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is, the TV is off right there, but you should see it on your screens or on the side TVs. So all council members have voted and voting is closed and that passes unanimously. And that's what I say. I know Jeff's made 2 motions, but nobody seconded them yet, so we're getting close. Action item number 10 is Resolution 244-25, approving the purchase of upgraded laptops for the Caldwell Police Department. I don't know if Chief Sopoaga is going to touch on this or... No. He's distracting you, so...
I'm just making sure he's going to pay us.
Yep.
Mayor, Council, so as we found out about a month ago, we're going to be updating throughout the city to Microsoft 11. With that being said, our current laptops, our MDTs, our mobile data terminals that all the officers have in their patrol vehicles are going to be inoperable and unable to upgrade to that software, so we have to buy brand new laptops. So the proposal tonight is to replace 40 laptops, which is going to cost just a little over $136,000. I don't know if we came to a final, but are we going to use capital for that? Yes. Okay, and our proposal is to use capital to purchase it.
Very good. Any questions from council? Excuse me. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I just want to add
yes.
a little bit of clarification because this was requested in the fiscal year 2026 budget. However, the price of the laptops was going up significantly. And so we are requesting it early to save money and still get the number of requested laptops that we need.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Chief, for being here. Okay, so with that, do we have any motions regarding this resolution?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
move to approve the resolution 244-25, approving the purchase of upgraded laptops for the Caldwell Police Department as presented.
Second.
It's a state amendment. What amendment am I stating?
Very good. That'll work.
Is that
Good.
good? Okay.
So we got a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of this resolution. Any discussion on that motion? With that, voting is open at this time. All votes are cast, so voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. Finance report,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Stoddard.
the Finance Committee has reviewed current, the court accounts payable amount of $7,274,283.45 for the period ending June 30th, 2025, and net payroll of $751,623.35 for pay period ending June 14th, 2025. I move the accounts payable in the amount of $7,274,283.45, represented by check number 186486 through 186955, and in electronic payments and payroll for the amount of $751,623.35, represented by check numbers 39990 through 40010, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
And a second?
Second.
A motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Allgood for the acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that motion passes. So a couple quick updates that we have. Mr. Mills, we appreciate you being here. In regards to the chip seal. So if you remember, there was some concern out in the Sienna Hills subdivision in regards to some loose chips that were out there. There were some questions about, is this under warranty or something of that nature? The contractor didn't fulfill, but I know you have some answers, then also, if the council were to want to fulfill some of the wishes of those residents, what would that cost be and what would be the recommendation moving forward?
Okay,
Mr. Mills?
I'll try to be brief. In February, I met with residents of Sienna Hills, about 40 of them on their driveway, and they expressed their concern over the excessive amount, I guess, of loose rock chips from the subdivision that was chip sealed last year in 2024. The green area you see on this map is the area that we chip sealed in 2024. The area surrounded by orange is Sienna Hills subdivision. I explained to them that it wasn't our finest hour in chip sealing. There were two things really that contributed, mainly not enough oil or asphalt emulsion that we shoot on the road first, and then we follow it up with the chip seal rock. There wasn't enough oil, and so it didn't stick very well. So we had a little bit of excess chips away. And number two, the chips that we used were, well, they're ones we purchased, but they were substandard. I'm just going to do a little show and tell and show you the difference between the chips that we were using and the new stuff that we've got. The difference being that the new chips are more uniform in size, they have more fracture on them, and they will be much easier to embed into the asphalt emulsion. So moving forward, we think we have it nailed down. In fact, this year we used more oil, and I drove both all of the roads in green from last year earlier today, and also the roads that we had done this year, which are holding up much better already. In any event, it's not a matter of a contractor that we can go after, because the people that did the work are us, our own forces. But I do feel that we have fixed the issue, and moving forward with more oil, better rock, and we're going to put a fog coat on this. However, now we got to look backwards. What did we do in 2024? Well, if we wanted to fog seal all of that green area, because it's all about the same. It's not just what's going on in Sienna Hills. It's the whole area. It would be about $440,000. If we just did Sienna Hills, probably about $80,000, $90,000 to do that. However, we have made a commitment to do more consistent sweeping, picking up the rock. I went out there today. I would say that they've picked up about 80% of the loose rock that was there in February, and we will continue to sweep that. And we have that commitment that we've made to the residents in the whole green area to do that. So I think we're good moving forward. The question is, do we really want to spend a ton of money on something backwards? I feel like at some point you got to say, this is the new method, we're moving forward with it. I don't think we can necessarily look back, but that's not my decision if you want to spend that type of money. So I'll stand for questions.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all your work on that. I know I've driven through there a couple times the last month, and I agree that it could have been done better, obviously, but we've learned. We're out there cleaning it up, doing what we can to try to mitigate the issues out there. So any discussion or questions from council? Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, Bruce. A couple questions. Is your department getting complaints from residents outside of Sienna Hills about the same problem?
No, we did not. That was the one area that from last year that we got complaints about. Although, again, the rock is pretty much the same throughout the area.
Right.
And this year, we haven't gotten any loose rock.
Okay, so, but Sienna Hills was the only, sounds like you had quite a large group of complainers from Sienna Hills, but that was the only, I'm just wondering it, and we feel like, I'm just trying to get that issue resolved. By sweeping, we're getting most of the loose rock up?
That's correct. The first year, you're always going to see more loose rock come up. Although, again, with the changes we made, there will be very little loose rock coming up anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say, hey, gee, Sienna Hills, they're a bunch of whiners. It was really just, they brought it to our attention because they're concerned. And it was a legitimate concern. But they are the only ones that have
Yeah,
brought this to our
and I
attention.
agree with you. I'm not trying to say these group of whiners, but
Right.
if we, you made the statement that we could kind of correct that error in Santa Hills for about $80,000 or $90,000, and I was just thinking, if that's the only place they had an issue, that might be something to consider, is what I was going
Yeah.
at.
And we could, but I'm just saying that the issue is area-wide.
Yeah.
It's not just in Sienna Hills.
And then the second question is, when the gentleman came up and talked to the council about this problem, he made the statement that we were chip sealing roads that were a year and a half old. Is he accurate, or what's the situation there?
I don't know if a year and a half is accurate, but we have been chip sealing some roads where the asphalt has not been down very long, a fairly new subdivision. We're trying to do that now where we're saying, wait until the subdivision's 4 to 5 years old before we will chip seal it. We have the city split into 10 areas. So it used to be, well, if that's the time, if you're in this area, you got to do it, whether they paved it last year or not for the first time. But now we're using discretion and saying, hey, if we get to this area and it's 5 years or less in age, we're not going to chip it, because we still can get a good 10 more years out of that road before it needs any
So
attention.
potentially, he might have been accurate somewhere, but you've corrected that.
It was
as
probably
well.
somewhere between a year and a half and 5 years, but yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Bruce, again, thanks for all you do. I'm hearing you say your recommendation is to us that what you are doing and continue to do is adequate. Is that a fair analysis of what you're suggesting to us here?
It is, that we have made a commitment that we will sweep on a regular basis to pick up any of the extra chips. It's definitely a diminishing amount of chips each time we do sweep. I don't think it's worthwhile to spend $80,000 in Sienna Hills or $440,000 on area from last year.
I tend to agree with you. A follow-up question, though, that may be relevant. I realize we could do whatever we want to. We could change everything tomorrow and just go do it. But realistically speaking, if we were to say, just do a fog coat on Sienna Hills, how long would that take to schedule? Or would it be so far out that we'd be beyond the problem anyway? Does that make sense?
Well, our contractor who's going to fog seal the roads we just did last month is going to be doing that work at the end of this month. So it could be potentially change ordered in.
But he's scheduled already to do the other part of the city that we're
at the end of the
chip
month,
sealing.
at the end of
so-
July, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Councilor Olga.
Councilor Williams made me think of something. So if we're sweeping up these rocks and they weren't secured to the asphalt very well, are we kind of diminishing our work or ruining what we're trying to do by picking up all the rocks that we need to stay down there to protect the surface?
I can't put a number to it, but we hope when we chip seal a road that it's going to last a good 10 years before we have to do it again. There's a chance because of this rock that maybe we'll have to come back in 8 years or something and do it.
But the fact that we're sweeping it won't change that a heck of a lot.
Yeah, we're really just sweeping up the loose stuff now. I think after this first year and with the heat we've had now on it, it's what's going to adhere is still going to adhere. But as you can see from the rock that we put down there was a lot of loose rock that was rounded edges, so it was easier to kick up than if it was fractured rock.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Councilor Denenberg?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Bruce, I don't know whether or not you can answer this question, whether or not it's even in your wheelhouse to answer this question, but over the last year, 18 months, I've heard that the street department is down 2 people, the street department's down 3 people, or we're down. Are we back up to staff in the street department? And do we have a good qualified street department staff now that we feel comfortable with, or where are we at, or do you even want to answer that question?
Absolutely. We were able to work with finance in this last year and found some ways that we could retain our employees, and we filled every opening. We have no openings right now. That does mean that some of the staff are fairly new and being trained, but I was very pleased with the fact that we went into chip seal this year with at least 50% of the crew not having done it before, and it went very smoothly. And so I'm very pleased.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And it's fireworks stand time frame. You should remember there was some public comment at the last hearing in regards to an individual that wished to have the fireworks stands open one additional day. And so our good Fire Chief Daniels and Fire Marshal Perry are here to answer, to present and then answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. First off, we'll keep this as brief as possible, but I'm a firefighter and I like fireworks a lot. Just a quick rundown on the next slide. We can just summarize the 4th of July holiday for us, comparing last year in 2024 to this year in 2025. 2024, we responded to 88 calls over the 5-day period, 5 outside fires, 4 structure or vehicle fires with 67 EMS calls. This year was 121 calls for service, 8 outside fires, 2 structure and vehicle fires with 68 EMS calls. I bring this up because we're going to talk about the burdens of extending fireworks sales. Some bullet points on the left. We already see an uptick in annual increases in fires, injuries, and enforcement activities. A key takeaway, though, is the amount of overtime hours that the fire department puts in to staff extra units and personnel, including 2 squads and a water tender, to meet the increased dangers of fireworks use. I'm not talking about sales specifically, but with an average compensation of $67.35 an hour for a fully loaded staff member, we incur about 384 hours of overtime a year. That was last year's figure. There's extra compensation that goes to some administrative staff and our fire prevention folks where they get holidays in lieu of, which comes out to $48.33 an hour, with a total cost or liability of almost $41,000 for that 5-day period. It's a pretty significant cost. Outside of the costs to staff those units and those stations does come with some hardships for our personnel. We institute what's called blackout dates, where people are not allowed to take those days off. And if we extend the holiday weekend from 120 hours to 144 hours, we're also limiting our personnel to be home or with their families. On the next slide, there is just some bullet points for regional impacts and recommendations. As your fire chief, I'm not going to say I recommend or oppose the extension of sales of fireworks. But there are certain demands that we'll need to talk about. It creates cross-border enforcement issues. If our neighbors are able to come here and buy fireworks in Caldwell and use them in Nampa, that creates a strain on resources that we contributed to. It extends, like I said, our responsibility to our personnel that need to staff those extra units. And quite frankly, we got lucky this year with the cold front that came through and the precipitation we received. We were watching fireworks land in fields that 2 days prior would have just been tinder boxes. So we got very, very fortunate. So before I turn this over to Chief Perry, just so he can talk about ordinances and statutes, if you do authorize or want to extend the sale of fireworks, we're going to need some additional costs to support those prolonged suppression efforts or just that heightened awareness of response capabilities. And I would ask you to please coordinate that regionally with our adjoining cities, just to make sure we're all doing the same thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chief.
Hang on, don't let him get away that quickly.
Yeah, so, question.
Well, I think a lot of us are aware of the codes, but more specifically, my point was, I'm not advocating for or against, but just like you said, we would contribute to Nampa.
Right.
You kind of alluded to it. Do you have, what I want to know is, what are our neighbors doing? Because if they're all open, believing everything you said, if they're all open, fireworks know no boundaries the other way either. So if Caldwell isn't open and I really want to buy fireworks on the 5th of July, and I just have to drive to Nampa to do it, or Greenleaf to do it, or any of our other surrounding cities, do you have any, are other cities allowing it or not, is what I was inquire?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Doty, I don't have the answer for that right now.
So that would be my point. So you're already working the overtime anyway if Nampa and Greenleaf
Right.
and so that data would really be helpful is all I'm saying is if I want the fireworks, I'm gonna go get them, right?
And to my knowledge, Councilor Nampa and Star also limit sales in line with us. Chief Perry is here to talk about statutes and the pursuit to change the city ordinance if we choose to go a different route, if you'd like to hear.
Maybe
from
he
him.
knows, huh?
He does.
Oh, see, there we go.
Mr. Mayor, Council, when this question was posed to us earlier the year, or even late last year, I reached out to our neighboring fire departments and said, what do you guys think? What do you want to do? And it was a resounding not interested. So to echo what Chief had said, if we are going to do a one-off, we should have those conversations because we do affect each other in the grand scheme of things. If you want to look at the next slide for me, click it over. So ultimately, the state statute, the title's right there. It does allow the fire marshal or the fire department to extend 5 days of sales. However, I would like to bring a little bit more focus to item number 1. If we're going to do anything with the ordinance, I would prefer that we maybe work together and change the state statute, or not change the statute, but change our city ordinance to mirror the state statute language. Our ordinance is a little difficult to follow along, and it might as well marry up exactly with the sales dates if we're going to make any changes at all. That would be my only recommendation. Again, we're not here to say yay or nay, just there is a cost and there's an unintentional cost to extending these sales. Stand for any questions.
Councilor Doty?
That's all I wanted to know is if our neighbors were doing it or not.
Yeah.
And if they're not doing it, I'm certainly not advocating to do it then. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the other side of this coin is, and no reflection on our police department, but this thing, any ordinance, whether it's us or Napa, on non-aerials, you can't police it. I mean, my HOA sent out a letter a week before the 4th of July, non-aerial fireworks. You wouldn't believe the aerial fireworks we had, so why have an ordinance if you can't enforce it?
I would believe.
Yeah.
We've all been witness to it. Yeah, it is a much bigger problem, and that's probably a big conversation for another time.
And most of those folks that sell it, all you have to do is sign a paper that you won't use it in Idaho, and then you still go in Idaho, so.
We have some contrast in our rules and regulations, indeed.
Councilor Dittenber?
First of all, I need to apologize to Mr. Moore, who's a fireworks seller, but I have a question for the fire department. So when is your fireworks season? I mean, we all talk about what the law says, but if you were saying, okay, guys, gear up, we're in fireworks season. When does it start and when does it end for you?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor and Council. The fireworks sales season for summer is dictated by state statute Title 39, and it's very clear that on June 23rd, starting at midnight to midnight on July 5th. That is the full time of sales for fireworks.
Sure. My question is more along the line, have you ever fought a fire that was started by a firework on July 11th?
Sure.
So your fireworks season probably goes till the middle of July?
Our fire season, no matter the ignition source, is as soon as those fuels cure out in the wilderness or in the areas between that aren't built on. As soon as we have that wildland, we're in fire season. So as soon as our temperatures drop, our humidities drop, yeah, we're there.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around as well for that. So that is all the update reports we have. So on to council comments. Council Register, we're going to be, oh, sorry. Oh, yes, David. Yes, yeah, please, yeah, come forward.
So I've held a retail fireworks license since I was 12 years old. So that's 46 years.
It used to be you could sell from June 15th to midnight of July 4th, I think it was. To extend hours, I don't need that. We don't need that. I mean, it's, the way it is right now, it's fine. And I'm not in favor of opening any sooner or staying open any later. I think it's plenty where it is right now. So I would agree with everything that they just said.
Perfect.
And yeah, it's an expense. And, you know, so anyway, I think it's just a privilege to be able to sell them as it is right now. So thanks.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. It's good to get that feedback. Okay, so council comments. We're going to start with Councilor Register.
I'm going to wait 2 weeks since it's late, and I'll just give my comments then.
Councilor Williams. Councilor Allgood.
Just really quick, you know, we have many contrary opinions about how Caldwell is doing. But my wife and I went down to Brewfest last Saturday, and holy cow, that place was packed. You couldn't find a place to park anywhere around here. It was a crazy event. And then last night, I just was downtown, not doing anything special, and there's people out walking around, people in the plaza, people walking on the sidewalks, and both my wife and I grew up here. You would have never seen that 15, 20 years ago. You wouldn't, you know, if you walked around downtown, it was dive bars and things like that, you know. You know, whether you like what's happening in Caldwell or not, just go downtown any evening, and it is nothing. I mean, it's 100 times better than what it's been any time in the past. It's just, it's an amazing environment. It's tons of fun, tons of people. There was Ada County license plates everywhere you looked last Saturday. I'm just really proud of what this city has done.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd agree. It's amazing. Councilor Dittenber? Councilor Doty?
I have a little bit, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I just want to make a couple statements. There's a little chatter going on out there. Of course, trying to fire everybody up on the social media networks. It's our job, I believe, as counselors to turn anything that we provide as a service that's in the red to black. And this council as a team has done that with the airport. They've done that with the golf course. And so, yes, there has been talk of our entertainment district needing a locker room. It's the #1 complaint that I get from schools that want to come here and use our fields. I think oftentimes it's forgotten. It is our football field, meaning the city's. It is our rodeo grounds, so to speak, that's out there. So absolutely, return on investment is what it's all about, and I certainly have talked about that and tried to create some support from that. That being said, nowhere in this budget has a councilor or the mayor recommended any money for a locker room, right? We certainly have other issues at hand this year. House Bill 389, if you haven't heard yet, our dog services, for a lack of better terms, however you want to say that. So nowhere is that budgeted to extend to a locker room out in that area. On top of that, for a recommendation to this council about the dog shelter. So I've had some meetings as well as the mayor, and it looks like Nampa has in their budget, doesn't mean it will pass, about 60% of what was recommended to them. So I think it was somewhere around 740 or 750,000 for Nampa, and for us, what was it, rate 550 for us. So I would support a resolution that says that we come up with 60%. Our 60%, after talking with Ray Lynn's, about 320,000, minus the 100,000 we already have budgeted, which leaves us with 220,000. There's many ways to get that money. The mayor had listened to us during the budget presentation. 750,000 has already been canceled out of the budget. It could certainly come from there. I would also recommend that we do some sort of resolution with Nampa and the county as well. A lot of the testimony we heard were from people outside of the city limits of Caldwell, so I would encourage them to go ask their county commissioners for more money and have them also meet the 60% threshold. That being said, we could also take foregone. We wouldn't need to take foregone because of the cuts that have already been made to the budget, but we could certainly take foregone. But one caveat I would like to add is that it gets added at the nearest time to a ballot, whether that's, if it's too close for November, then in May, and we leave it up to the citizens to decide for police and fire and animal services. Either way, as long as we classify it as animal shelter services in this year's budget, whether West Valley stays in business or not, that money would certainly still be there. On Councilor Register's notion about we'll give a little and you give a little so we can see what you're going to do with the money, this certainly would support that, especially if we made payments versus handing over the 320 right out of the gate. And I would also encourage that we have some sort of contract. We did get confirmation, I'll clarify that right now, that the county is making payments to West Valley. However, we did not get confirmation there's a contract in place. So all of that being said, I'd like to see a contract in place before we spend any taxpayers' money to any entity, so we know what services we're going to get or how long they're going to be in place. And so with that, I would also just like to mention this, that even if we took the foregone, and I'm not suggesting we do or we don't, it's just a suggestion if that's where council would prefer that to go, that this council, again, as a team, has cut the taxes of our taxpayers by 40 to 50%. So, and if you want those exact numbers, Ray Lynn's right over there. I'm sure she would welcome the requests to get you those exact numbers. I did look at them today. I did not collect them from her. So that's my recommendation, is that we come up with 60%, much like our neighboring city of Nampa. Encourage the county to do so as well, with it going on the ballot at the next available recommended time. That I guess the experts would say if November's too soon, then certainly in May. And I think I'd like some discussion at some point, if not this council meeting, the next, because obviously Ray Lynn's under a time crunch to get us a budget to us. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we could definitely add that as a discussion item for the next council meeting on that regards. Councilor Stanek? Okay, very good. So I'll just be real quick as well. So yeah, in regards, kind of going off what Councilor Doty was saying, I think the recommendation would be, rather than putting out on the November ballot for a permanent levy, you could do the question, right? You could ask, would you be in favor of a permanent levy to provide these services? And that gives some feedback from the community so we know what we're up against on that. So that would allow you, and that's very simple. We could get that out there and give you time to know where you're at and where you stand on those regards. So just real quick, 2 items. 4th of July, amazing again. Homeland knocked it out of the park, did a tremendous job. Huge shout out to Chief Perry and all of the firefighters that were out there doing their duties, and the police as well. They're a big part of that. So it was a tremendous show. I've seen many of our fireworks shows, and that had been the best ever. It was phenomenal. They really hit it out of the park, so that was great. And then also just a reminder that Thursday is the State of Our City. We're very excited for that. So we're trying to make this more of a community event. And just excited to kind of incorporate that. And we'll have a lot of the departments out there an hour early with booths to kind of just educate the public about what they do so they can understand their city government a little better. So that begins at 10:30 with the open house at Caldwell High School, and then the address will begin at noon. So we're very excited for that, and that is this Thursday. And the weather is supposed to cool off, supposed to get hot tomorrow and Wednesday, but then actually supposed to drop into the 80s on Thursday. So we're hoping that stays how it is. But that is all I have. We appreciate everyone being here this evening, and for the council as well. And with that, we stand adjourned.